Hello, chat. Sorry, I'm muted, aren't I? How are we doing? Knock knock. Is the microphone on? Is it plugged in? Yes. I remain very confused. I'm very tired. Yesterday was like a 7-hour stream. Hmm. Who's in chat? Or wait, I can check this. Hello, hello, hello. Am I saying things? Oh, I'm on chat with my host. We can hear you. Okay, thanks, Paul. Hi, how are you? Been a minute. Um, let's do this and then this. So, Paul, you want to join me on stream? And let's see. I usually start with something lighthearted, like we play some GeoGuessr. Where's your link to join? I don't know how it functions, so let me try to figure that out. Oh. Is there a dual streaming function on YouTube? I'm not crazy. I know there's one on Twitch. Hmm. Paul, I'm gonna call you on Discord. Hello?
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 I'm gonna mute your stream.
You're gonna mute my stream. Okay. Well, I mean, that makes more sense contextually. It would be better to have you visually present, but I feel like we're trying to. I have you on my phone at the moment, so it's not even actually. Uh, Wait a minute.
How
Hmm?
do I get it on video?
Ain't that just the question? This is what happens when you plan it last minute, huh?
Sure.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm editing some videos.
Some
Having
videos.
had a productive session at the coffee shop.
Oh, fun. Okay, well, let's see how I can. Hmm?
What can I help you with?
What can you help me with?
He said, is there any point I could provide you some video editing tips?
Oh, yeah. We are. I'm working on a video currently as we speak, but um, let me. How to do this without doxing myself is the real question. Let's switch to here. Hmm. Can chat still hear me? Oh, I can't hear you for some reason. Wait, Paul, for some reason I can't hear you. I think the comical nature of seeing it's on my end. Okay. Well, let's see how we can make this function. Hmm. Let me refresh really quick. We'll see. Alrighty. You can hear me, and I cannot hear you. Oh, odd. Still can't hear you. Are you sure you're not, like, muted on... Odd. Hmm. Maybe now? Anything now? Nope. Okay. I can have you on my screen, and then let's see if I can do a microphone on my phone? I don't know. Let's get creative. And by creative, I mean, let me put this over here. Um, and then let's change. Okay, so,
Testing one of you. Testing one of you.
oh, let's go! I got it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, wait, we can hear you.
All right. I can hear you. I cannot see you, but that's fine.
You can see my stream,
I have
and
your
then,
delayed muted stream, which is fine. It's
okay.
good enough for my autism.
Your autism. You have autism now?
Always have.
Always have.
Probably. Actually, probably not, to be honest.
Are you not diagnosed?
No, one time I asked my therapist point blank, "Do you think I'm autistic?" And his response was, "Why do you ask me that?"
Well, it's not a very good answer, is it?
It might have been, um, I, I think because he probably jujitsued it into something more productive than me just trying to officially get diagnosed as autistic. Although that'd be helpful.
What do you want out of being diagnosed?
What did I end up getting diagnosed? I don't think I
No, no,
received any
what do you
formal
want out of being diagnosed?
Oh, the ability to call myself disabled, like legally,
Legally.
and then accuse anyone of criticizing me of ableism or something.
I see. Wait, before I accidentally dox both of us, let me, hold
How would
on.
you dox? How would you dox? Well, how would you dox me?
Don't worry about it. It's,
You got your second monitor with the satellite info up or something?
no, I don't have a second monitor here. Unfortunately, we
Are
remain,
you at the studio?
no, no, I'm at home.
Okay.
But, okay, keep yapping. Keep going on that.
Keep going on what? Asking if you're at the studio or not?
No, no, about what okay, I saw the thumbnail for the schizo to autism.
Yeah, did you watch the video?
No, I didn't have
Are
the
you
chance to.
serious?
I didn't have the chance to. I
What do you mean you
streamed
didn't
for
have the
nine
that,
hours
that
yesterday.
you can perfect react content.
I don't react to stuff. I read books.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's high IQ.
Thank
Um,
you, I guess.
that's fair. Well, hey, I can talk for maybe 20, 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
What um
Oh, by the way, everyone in chat, this is Paul P.F. Young. We
what's
have,
cracking?
and let me.
Real quick. Is that
Ooh,
actually Chris?
no.
Okay,
It never is.
that's funny.
Hmm.
What are you using to stream? Are you just doing the live streaming thing on YouTube?
Yeah, but I have OBS, so they always call the white boy autistic when he gets a little motion. Oh my God, that's funny. And then
This is true.
uh Doors, who is Clips, says, or Tropical Sub Clips says, who is this? It's PF Young, the one and only.
Are you streaming on Twitch too?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, no, I have a modification to OBS so that I can stream to both. It's Japanese actually, which is really annoying to set up, but it exists.
That is fair. All right. Well, what do you want to? What video editing tips can I help you? Can I provide you,
I mean, do you
or what?
use
What
DaVinci
questions?
or
I
Adobe Premiere?
I use Adobe Premiere. If I was starting off new, I would probably use DaVinci because it's free.
I have DaVinci Studio.
Is that you pay for that?
I should have paid for it.
Um. Well, then in that case, I think Adobe, if you're gonna pay for it, I think Adobe Premiere is
Ah, we have you on screen now. Hello, but
nice.
I'm taking up also half the screen.
That's fair. Well, I can't see you, so I'm looking off to the side here.
Okay. Let's see, and then I'm gonna watch from my phone because we're getting a little janky. This is kind of silly
That's
though.
fair.
So actually tell us more about the autism to schizo what's the dichotomy there? Just explain since I'm the lay person right now.
That's fair. It's the real important political divide is autism versus schizophrenia. Okay, this
Mm-hmm.
is an extension of obviously I come from the J. Regian school of
The J. Regian
philosophy.
school.
Yeah, which is derivative of a Burnhamite school of philosophy from Bo Burnham. I suspect. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what he would actually claim
No, he would
in that
just
regard.
be he would say that he's not of any belief system and all of them at the same time. He's omnipositional.
That's fair. But autism versus schizophrenia. Um, Autists are vertical thinkers. Schizophrenics are lateral thinkers,
Mm-hmm.
and uh, and that's the real political divide that matters. Autists focus way too much on pure logical consistency, and they just want to know if the argument they're putting forward is coherent and logically sound.
Mm-hmm.
And the schizo doesn't care about any of that and only goes straight vibes based.
I mean, I think
Um,
Greg would disagree with you on the fact that the schizo is entirely vibes based.
the pure excess of schizo is entirely vibes based, and the pure excess of autism is entirely logically consistent based. The enlightened center, the neurotypical center, is balancing both of those.
I see. Hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, oh, every time I move back to see chat, I freeze you actually, so that's kind of funny. Did Doors asks, did he make the video recently about the autismophrenia as a political spectrum? Parentheses, the fox knows many small things. The hedgehog knows one big thing. And then Roga Ganaru says, you're in upholstery sometimes. Uh, what she meant is she touches grass too much for schizo online politics. Real Ganaru, you would be surprised, unfortunately. I
That's fair.
hang out
Wait,
with.
do you have you watched any of my videos? I thought the last time we spoke, you were operating under the I don't watch people's videos
I have still
rule.
not watched any of your videos. You pop up on my feed
Okay,
though because
that's
of
fair.
course I subscribe to you at least. The real
That's
question is
fair. That actually
do you
that
subscribe
makes
to
things
me?
worse. That actually you actually drive down my click through rate if we're actually just looking at it autistically.
Oh, sorry? Question mark?
You know what? I don't mind.
At least I'm helping to some extent, right? You have an extra
No, I think
number.
you're actively. I think if you're just looking at it from an algorithm, I think you're actively harming it
Oh,
because YouTube sees that as, oh, well, we showed your video to someone and they didn't like it. So
Well, hey, I'll put it on mute in a different window so we don't get the parasociality, yeah?
that's fair.
Feel like that's
That'll help. That'll help the engagement time.
that'll help. That's what I do with everyone at the studio. I'm just like, I'll put you
Do
guys
you
on.
actually?
Yeah, because I remember someone else said like, "Oh, you didn't even like give me the number on like the view count." And I was like, "Okay."
You
But
know, it unfortunately this is the sick game that we play
the sick game that
when it
we
comes to
play.
algorithms.
I see. So, okay, what's chat saying here? Hmm, I love Jank. Hmm. Oh, no, chat's the same. Or is it? I don't know. It might just be frozen at this point. So, how about we debate?
What do you want to debate? So hold on. Do you not need video editing tips?
I feel like doing so on stream would be counterproductive at the moment
Oh, I
because
see. Okay.
I would be
Yeah.
looking at DaVinci and then I'd be ignoring everything else.
Okay, that's fair. All right. Well, what do you want to debate about for
I don't know. I represent,
20 minutes?
according to your channel, I represent the entire left and also all of women. So,
Um, this is true.
this is
You
true.
do, or at least I've said that. Whether or not I believe that, or whether or not that's true, is entirely
I think your audience believes it.
orthogonal. Technically, it'd only be my Patreon audience.
No, you're forgetting I was in two videos.
Yeah, but did I say in the clown video that you represent all women?
I think you were
Oh,
asking,
maybe I did.
you said I represented all of the left.
Yeah, that's fair. The entirety of the left.
And don't I just look the
Um,
stereotype?
yeah. All right. So, do you think it's anti-Semitic to say Ben Shapiro has dual loyalty?
It's anti-Semitic to say Ben Shapiro has dual loyalty. So dual loyalty, I'm assuming you mean to both his
United
religion and
States and
also,
Israel. Yeah.
oh, to the United States and Israel. Well, that hangs on a Zionist argument because at the same time, it's not really a. But you would be attacking is more so his nationalism, I would say.
No, I'm asking, is it anti-Semitic to say, um, generally speaking, it feels like Ben Shapiro cares more about Israel and its interests than he does America's?
Um, I think the association that everything as it relates to Israel and being Jewish, that association in itself is not accurate nor apt. That's why I say I don't think that it is an argument of anti-Semitism. I think it's an argument of well, that would be just conflating being Jewish to being a Zionist, which obviously difference there. And as well as you would just be once again attacking his nationalism. And if he's such a patriot, then why is there a dual a sort of well, it's not like I consume his content, so I wouldn't know, but a sense of dual loyalty.
That's fair. If someone said, this is forget Ben Shapiro for a moment, but if someone said the single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel.
The single biggest guarantor of
Yep.
my.
If a U.S. citizen said,
Mhm.
a U.S. citizen who lives in America, the single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel. Would it be fair to say this seems to be what people talk about when they say dual loyalty?
Um, I would say that no, actually, that would be not even dual loyalty. That would be specifically loyalty to one thing, which would not be the US. It would be Israel, because if we're talking as international states, right?
Yeah.
Um, that would be a primary loyalty and then a secondary loyalty hinging on that primary loyalty. So there would be only one loyalty that matters.
Right. So in that case, that person would be saying they care more about Israel than they do America, right?
Well, the only thing that would precede, sorry, no, I didn't frame that correctly. The secondary loyalty hinges on the first. Therefore, the first is necessary. The second is contingent on the first. The first being Israel, the second being the US. Like I'm going as a
Right.
logical argument.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So in other words, this person would be more. It would seem based on that statement that that person is more loyal to Israel than the United States.
Well, I would say
Fair?
and this is where I would get into the semantics of it. It wouldn't be a sense of more loyal, although you could argue that. It would be a sense of contingency on a primary, like fact. Like so long as Israel exists, then my loyalty to the US exists.
Sure. The okay, but the implication would be if
Oh, Chuck.
if Israel's interests were threatened,
Oh, hi, wee Bob.
if Israel's interests were in conflict with the United States, and you could only choose one, it, like based on that person's statement, would it be reasonable to believe that that person would be more interested in supporting Israel's interests than America's?
Oh wait, we have a few questions here. So,
Oh,
Real Good Kunaru says, I've never seen a woman, so I believe it. Is it anti-Semitic to say that Jeffrey Epstein had that fit on? What? And what about someone who claims that supporting the state of Israel is integral to the success of the U.S.? That is a good question, actually.
that's different. Integral to the success of the United States is not the same as saying the single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel.
So, what was
What I'm
said in
asking is,
this
what I'm asking is,
hypothetical?
say it again.
The thing that was said in this hypothetical is my
Yeah,
loyalty is contingent on
a
the state of
foreign country.
Israel existing.
Yeah. So based on that statement, would it be reasonable to then assume that if that person had political power, let's say, and decision-making power,
Well, now we're
that if it,
extrapolating. Sorry.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So extrapolating based on that statement,
Hmm.
um, um, if that person had decision-making power, like political decision-making power, and there was a decision that needed to be made, and
Hmm.
there were only it was a binary choice, yes or no, and yes to decision X would benefit the United States at the cost of Israel, and saying no to decision X would benefit Israel at the cost of the United States, would it be reasonable to assume that based on that statement, a person would be more likely to pick the decision that benefits Israel at the cost of the United States, if those are the only two options?
Well, considering that it is the statement that hinges the loyalty to the United States, then it would be because it's either the nuke. So saying no would be the nuke all option, right? Meaning the loyalty to.
Nukes didn't come into this.
I'm saying nuke all. You know what I mean. Turn of phrase, but it would be either disloyalty to both Israel and the US or disloyalty to only the US, right? In this sense.
No, 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 I'm saying if there's only two decisions on the table,
Well, yeah, but to this person who says my loyalty to country A is contingent on the existence of country B,
yeah,
then no matter what, country B precedes over country A in importance. So if you betray country B, you will automatically, no matter what, betray country A.
right.
I put my sweater on backwards.
Wait, so then,
But I think perhaps what was said was more so the integral rather than um, the hinge factor.
no,
Because
the verbatim quote from Ben Shapiro
it's not integral.
is no, the verbatim quote from Ben Shapiro is the single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel.
But also, there is an argument to be made there of the existence of the state of Israel can be, it can be in kind of piss poor shape, but it still exists. And it can be in piss poor shape at the cost
Yeah.
of the United States getting a slight benefit. So there is an argument to be made there as well. That's where
Um,
it's such a vague
sure.
statement. You can kind of turn it a bunch of different ways.
Yeah, but if we also know that this person is an Orthodox Jew whose religion compels him to care more about Israel, would that additional context justify the sentiment that it sounds like this person cares more about Israel than the United States?
Um, it could be plausible, but I don't think that it is like it would not be something that I could say is like exact proof. Like, it would not be
Yeah,
a
no,
logical
there's
statement.
well, it's not. You can't prove motivation no matter what. So
Yeah.
by definition, it's not a provable thing. But it's a it's just like a common sense, logical type thing
It
of
would be
just.
plausible, yes. But that's about, I think, as far as we can logically
See,
deduce.
that's how I feel. But people say that accusing Ben Shapiro, a Jewish person, of having dual loyalty is anti-Semitic.
Well, if you take it out of the context of the original quote, in which you're saying that the context of the original quote is, uh, I'm going to forget the wording exactly again, but if you would be so kind as to repeat it.
The single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel.
And also, I guess there's like different ways in which one can turn, like, kind of ideate on that, where it's like, the existence of the state of Israel, it can be minuscule, it can be very large, it can be in shambles, it can be prosperous, right? So it must be in existence, and also the existence of Israel can still persist, but also take a few hits for the United States in this context as well of this quote. So once again, I think it's plausible that there might be a sense of dual loyalty, but it's too vague of a statement to not have a really shaky argument.
That's fair. I can accept that logic. It's not a bulletproof. At minimum, it is not anti-Semitic to believe this as a result of that.
Well, I would say that it would be anti-Semitic to assume that all Jews are Zionists.
Correct. I agree. Yes, but it's not anti-Semitic to suggest that Ben Shapiro is uh, is a hardcore Zionist who cares more about Israel than the United States. That's
I
my.
feel like that's just kind of like we're getting into a territory of just like I think we just don't like Ben Shapiro, which is fair
But it's not arbitrary. Why? That is why.
because well the thing is that that deeply I'm a globalist, although that's an ideal, as it relates. I'm like
Um,
I'm a pragmatic Canadian nationalist, but I'm an ideal like ideally I'm a globalist, right?
um, that's fair.
So
That's different. So then um, well, yeah, that's fine. I guess I'm not. I'm just asking because here's the thing. It's very simple. It's very simple. Tropical. Do you use your first name on stream, or do people call you Tropical?
people call me tropical, tropic, trop.
Okay, but not your real first name.
No, although it is common knowledge.
Okay, if it's common knowledge, I'll just use it. Mary Jane. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Um, I don't know if you know who this Nick Fuentes character is.
Oh, I saw Rowan's recent video,
Oh, I see.
completely,
Okay,
yeah.
so you watch Roan's videos.
I also
Never mind.
watched his
That's fine.
date with a cat boy.
That's fine. Um, there's this Nick Fuentes character.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I don't know if you know much about him, but he's gaining popularity.
Really?
And so, yeah, some people are a little upset by that. Um,
Or how do you feel
Understandably
about
so.
it?
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you how I feel about it.
Mm.
I'm a big believer of steel manning the truth in perspectives you disagree with. Um, and there's a lot in Nick Fuentes' perspective that I disagree with, but there's also a great deal of truth to it. That's why it's powerful.
Well, that would be
Well, that's
any
why, excuse
sort
me,
of
that's not powerful. That's why it's popular.
yeah, that would be any pundit. Like that's how Andrew Tate
Correct.
garnered so much popularity.
Exactly. Exactly. You all right?
No, no, I dropped graham cracker.
Nice. Um.
No.
Okay. But anyway, so Nick Fuentes is gaining popularity. Um. And uh. Um.
You're just smiling to yourself like you have something devious in your mind.
Yeah, because there's a delay in the stream, so I just saw you drop the graham cracker.
Okay.
Um. But what were we talking about, Nick Fuentes? A lot of people are saying he's anti-Semitic and hateful.
I mean, he is. I don't
Um.
even think he would disagree
Fair,
with
yeah.
that. Like I think
Yeah,
he would
that's
just say yes.
well, yeah. I mean, that's how he appears to do it on Piers Morgan. But my point is, one of the evidence pieces of evidence they cite for this is the fact that he says like people like Ben Shapiro have dual loyalty, and I go, that's not evidence of anti-Semitism because that statement I believe is true.
I mean, isn't that just a moot
So if
point
you want to come
anyway?
up with, hmm,
Isn't that just a moot point anyway?
isn't what a moot point?
As in, like, it wouldn't be because we can like we agree that it's plausible, but not like, it's too shaky of an argument to say that it's actual like a statement of proof, like a statement that is concrete, logically solid.
I'm
It.
not saying that it needs to have concrete, solid, logical coherence or
Mm,
validity.
mhm.
In fact, that's if that's your only metric of truth, that would put you in the hyper autistic camp.
Oh, I absolutely am diagnosed.
That's fair. I was gonna say I've gathered that. But surely you listen. You should really watch. I'm just saying you should just watch my video. It's pretty good.
I saw Candace Owens and I was like, I don't know, man.
I get I get a lot of comments from autistic people saying this is genuinely helpful. Um, this has changed my perspective on a lot of things.
I don't know,
Not this
Paul. I
video, but
talk to
other
you
videos.
whenever you're here, I talk to you regularly.
That's fair, but you don't see my PowerPoints in action, and my points are much more compelling when I have PowerPoints.
Um,
Um, but anyway, uh, yeah,
damn,
my thing
you're
is
gonna bring up
there's I just
anti-Semitism on Hanukkah?
is it Hanukkah right now?
Yeah,
When does Hanukkah end? Monday, December 22nd.
I don't.
Interesting. Against the Seleucid Empire. Anyway, my point is, Mary Jane, that
Why is it? Why did you pick Mary Jane?
to imply that your name is Mary Jane,
Yeah,
to
but it's like
get
a.
people off the scent that your real name is Helga.
Oh, fuck. It's
Helga
like
or
really.
Gertrude rather.
That's my middle name.
There you go. My point is, people say Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic, and okay, fine, I agree with that. But the reason I am not so quick to just go nod my head and agree is because often people say that there are certain ideas that are anti-Semitic when they are in fact not, and I guess that's my issue.
Well, then you just have a gripe with people that are ignorant.
Yes,
Wow.
that is an accurate way to frame it. Although I don't think that's necessarily convincing for people.
I mean, if the argument hinges on a very specific statement that is vague enough that it is plausible that it shows dual loyalty, but there are other statements in which, maybe he's more succinct about showing dual loyalty, or maybe
Well, for
like,
example,
because,
he's also said it doesn't affect my loyalty to the United States. But the question is, do we believe him? because Nick Fuentes says he's not anti-Semitic,
Nick
but we use
Fuentes says
context.
he himself is not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, when people ask him on interviews, he says, "No, I'm not anti-Semitic."
Buh! I'm pretty sure I've
Yeah.
literally seen him say that he's anti-Semitic. Like he says
No,
he hates
he
Jews.
says both. Yeah, yeah. He talks out of both sides of his mouth.
Then why? Ugh, lame. Pick a side, bitch.
That's I don't disagree. Um. All right. Well, do you have any last minute questions for me here, or rapid fire topics you want to cover?
I don't know. I thought you were gonna go for the angle of like women in the left or something. I'm surprised that you brought up anti-Semitism. And I don't think I guess if we're going on the whole Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic, I think that's kind of just a given.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. But I guess the question is which of his statements are anti-Semitic and which of them are not. That's what I'm concerned about.
Well, I
If that
guess
makes
my
sense.
question is why is that your concern?
Because I think that a big driver of anti-Semitism, which is a bad thing, I take it as an axiom that anti-Semitism is bad.
Mm-hmm.
A big driver of anti-Semitism is when people get accused of anti-Semitism when they're not actually being anti-Semitic.
Mm-hmm. But
And so I
you
want to
do
separate the
you
wheat from the chaff.
do you have positive feelings towards um oh
Huh?
you Real Good Canary says I was once on stream. This was before he blew up. I'm anti-Canada, but Greg Brogan, Goga and Tropical are all right. Thanks. I'm glad I get the pass. Uh, Also he says he's straight, so IDK. Yeah, Nick Fuentes maybe not the most trustworthy character considering that he says he's straight.
Listen, nobody loves the gays more than I do.
We know. I remember you were there for the orgy that everyone else participated in, but I was not allowed to because I was a woman.
That was a good time. I enjoyed that.
I know. It sounded fun. I could hear it from the other room.
Listen, nobody loves
Hey,
nobody
orgies?
loves group dynamics more than I do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, all right, Helga slash Mary Jane. I do need to get back to editing these
Okay.
videos.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck on your. Can I ask what the next
Why
video
do
is
you
about?
what's that?
Can I ask what the next video is about and I'll tell you what mine is about?
Yes, it's about the meaning of life and whether or not life actually has meaning
Uh,
objectively.
well, how philosophical of you. There are lots of different discussions that can be had about that.
This is true. I bring up. I don't know if you know who Jordan B. Peterson is.
No, I've never even. What kind of a name is Jordan?
Canadian, but I do reference Jordan B. Peterson in that.
Okay. But you talk about the old Jordan B. Peterson slash Kanye and not the more recent iterations.
Yes, that's a very important mimetic distinction.
Before his Benzone crash out and subsequent leaving the country?
Yeah, he's got mold lung now or something.
Does he actually? Rough.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Well, maybe
All right,
Arizona's helping with that.
that's fair. Well, listen, if you ever do end up actually watching one of my videos, let me know your thoughts.
Okay. I'll let you know that my next video is about another Nick of a different variety.
Yeah, why do you call your streams Nick Land Fanged Noumena?
Noumena?
What does that What does that mean?
Like phenomena?
Phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Like
Interesting.
the existence of something.
Generally, I would advise if you're going to stream something, put the topic of the stream in the title.
Well, that is actually the topic I've been reading, Fanged Noumena. It's his book.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
Yes.
So this is just a sideshow to
I
then get to the actual book.
I usually start out with something more lighthearted. Like I'll play GeoGuessr for a bit, and then we'll get into
Nice.
reading Fanged Noumena because it is absolutely a fucking slog to get through, man.
This is fair.
Have you read any of Nick Lynn's work?
I've not. I tried listening to some interviews with him. He's a little too hard to
He's a
pin
little
down. I
sci-fi
prefer
old
to.
man.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Well, best of luck, and I will talk to you in due time.
Talk to you in due time. I'll see you in Toronto, question mark? Or maybe I'll head to over where you're at.
Yeah, Austin. When am I gonna go back up to Toronto? Probably
I
not
think,
February because it's negative 15 degrees there, but
no, it's like actually
sometime.
kind of nice out right now.
That's fair. Well, I'll keep you posted.
Okay, I think Roan's coming
All right.
in January, so
Oh,
maybe you guys can
nice.
align.
Oh, he's coming in January.
I think. I don't know. I have to ask him.
That's fair. All right. Well, we'll stay in touch. Godspeed, Mary Jane slash Helga.
Godspeed, PF Young slash Paul.
Peace. 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 Peace.
Hmm. Excuse me, everyone. I guess I'll have Fanged Noumena up in the background for now. Oh, hey, Lemon's here. Hey, Lemon. You thought his name was Jonathan? It's true. What was clipped? What was clipped? Stop, no, not yet, not already. Okay. Hello chat, who's here? Oh, oops, I have the wrong thing open. I didn't even check my own stream. Hmm. You live again. Yes, Lemon, you're back. So back. Um, CCC orgy. Yes. That was definitely an interview of all time. Yes, it sure was. Uh, I don't know if you guys know, friend of the studio, PF Young, but that was definitely him in the flesh. Eh. Okay. Hello, chat. How are we? Um, one of the most things of all times. It's Jover. It's never Jover. Well, it actually is kind of Jover, isn't it? Technically. Can't stay long as you gotta get up early in the morning around 10. That is fair. I do not want to do another, excuse me, 9 hour long stream. That was fucking weird. Oh, well, actually, no. Towards the end, it was fun, but it was quite a lot. Eh. You can stay until 10 p.m. Okay, that's like an hour? Question mark. You guys know what to do. Like the stream or some. Yep, like the stream. Subscribe something. We can continue reading Nick Land, or I can continue eating my graham crackers, which fell on me midway through, which was so lame and very dumb. And also, I kind of want to use the stream to edit the video a little bit, because we've been reading Phenomena, but I've already read it, and it's just like, eh. And my voice is cutting out a little bit, because I've been talking, as of yesterday for 9 hours straight, so, you know, maybe not the best. And the cough is back, yay. Yeah. So chat, how do we feel about doing an editing stream despite it being called Fanged Noumena? I'll read Fanged Noumena for a bit at least. You know, not to lead the people on. Oh, there must be a huge lag. Hmm. The editor? Yep, that's me. The editor. The bad one. The one that is not really good at it, but is learning. Is learning. And you need to get a bunch of B-roll of random UK settings. Meaning settings in the UK. Where'd doors go? Gosh, happy Thursday to you all. You can do that? Oh, it would be much appreciated, doors. I have no preference. You were listening to loud music and making disaster bread. What is disaster bread? This girl is like a mixture of Rihanna and Jenna Ortega. Not again with the Jenna Ortega allegations. Dude, I'm going to probably murder her. Just out of like the sake of like, you know when you see a doppelganger and like the myth is like one of you kills the other? The amount of times I've been compared to Jenna Ortega, I'm probably going to kill her just out of the doppelganger phenomenon, sorry. Because it would be singular. Movie night if I manage to live. Movie night? Where are you gonna go? What movie shall you see? Will you enjoy yourself? It's like bread, but I'm bad at making bread, so it's a disaster. I appreciate the honesty. I think if I tried to make bread, I would probably also be bad. I've never tried before, though, so it remains a known unknown. Hmm. Lighting on my face today. I keep staring into it. It seems a little harsh. Um, how did we feel about the P.F. Young cameo? I've never made bread. No, I haven't. It's not a bad thing. Like Jenna Ortega, it's a bad thing when like it just feels like someone sucks your soul out a little bit whenever you're just compared to someone that you don't know, and you're like, I I exist too. I don't know, like, Oh, hello. I'm done messing with the screen. Sorry. But it feels like a little bit of my soul gets removed because it just feels like I lost a little bit of like my own personhood and I got compared to someone else. Or not like compared to someone else. It's like I lost a little bit of my individuality because of my non-intentional physical similarity to another person, if that makes sense. The PF Young cameo felt like the beginning of a much longer conversation that didn't end up happening. PF Young and I have had very extensive conversations, including literally one that is on his channel called talking to a woman while dressed as a clown. Which I think then again reiterates my point of me saying every video that I've been in with him has been always me excuse me, as a representative of the entirety of the left and also the entirety of women. Okay, fine, then she looks more like you. See, Rob, I like that answer. I appreciate that. Thank you. Der Clown? Yes, he was Der Clown in that video. If you wanna look it up, you just look up P.F. Young tropical stuck on YouTube, and then I think it's like one of the first results. I like that you argued his point more fervently by the implication at first. Shapiro does not have dual loyalty, but a loyalty to the U.S. predicated on loyalty to Israel. Yeah, because there is genuinely like a distinction to be made there, right? Because one if one is contingent on the other, then it is like one does hold a precedent, and so it would not be dual, which would be both. It would be one as a contingent. One is contingent on the other. That would be um the specificity I would imply. Oh, hey MC Bong, welcome. How are you? Welcome to the stream again. I decided to wear the same outfit because I'm tired and how are y'all doing? We are alive and kicking. We just had PF Young on the stream for a quick conversation about anti-Semitism and Nick Fuentes. Oh, Ryan Getty followed me. What? I know that guy. He's quite cool. What? I say Ryan Getty followed me. Oh, that guy's quite cool. Despite the fact that we've already hung out and met. That was an implied joke that I didn't actually bother explaining. Excuse me. Um, alrighty. I'm gonna finish my graham crackers before we do a little bit of hell reading. I don't know, should we just skip to one of the more interesting chapters? Because we can keep reading Schopenhauer. I know Nick Land wants to relate that to women and aesthetics, the Dionysian, the Apollonian, etc. But we lose most of the audience unless you guys want like philosophy 101 class, but even then we wouldn't even be able to hit that in time. So, hmm. Skip to the part that will make you not want to off yourself. All of this, all of this makes me want to off myself. Let's be real. There is nothing about this that is a pleasant thing to read. Because unfortunately, um, Nick Land just doesn't have that dog in him to make a really compelling piece of literature. No, that's a lie. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define compelling, I guess. That was pretty fucked up. Anyway, um, the next other parts are they still make me want to off myself. They're just more so like, ooh, how weird. Why is he writing in leet hacker speak? Like, okay. Why did I even put the book? Oh, it's over here. It's underneath my graham crackers. You guys want to take a look at the leet hacker speak? Let me find the page in the book. We have it. Oh wait, I just realized I've top down. Whoops. Why does it always do that? Ah. Yeah, here's where he explains abstract culture. He references ironically his own writings in his book. Come on. Pain confirmation of the pneumogrammatic Nova Zygons, the nine twins, which is once again referencing sort of like the Lemurian Hit the super chats, guys, when she gets them. How do I get super chats? Yeah, actually, how do I get super chats? I shall unlive again. No, Lemon, stay. Mm, TikTok, but with an L. Okay, so this one kind of deals with Barker's spiral. Oh, wow. That two very long messages. I think you need 500 subs and watch hours. Okay, so should be easy for you. Need more of a following. Yeah, I assume so. All I've been doing is live streams. I haven't even posted a video yet. I'm surprised that I even hit 100, so. Hmm. Uh, okay, let me read these other chats really quick. Someone do text to speech. This is your chance. Nick Land appears to be a very stylistic writer when it comes to fiction. Seems that he still wants to be stylish while writing academic philosophy text, but it comes out as unnecessary complex instead. I would say that his academic philosophy texts are the ones that are unnecessarily complex, as well as the use of that writing, because I read his PhD thesis. Um, that is what kind of like gave the structure for his later sci-fi writings that are even they lean into seeming as though they are still academic philosophy pieces, but they're entirely sci-fi, if that makes sense. Do more debates with crazy panels and you'll get a lot of subs. I don't want that audience. That's like really stupid. I don't think they would vibe with reading philosophy. They would just kind of like be pretty disappointed with the content that they actually interact with through the channel, you know? Um, Dora says, I'm confused to the point that Jung was making, or Jung was leading up to, though. Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic because he uses ethno-nationalist logic to argue against the presence of Judaism in American society. They are not us, so they should not be in charge of us. The logic arrives at a correct conclusion. Sometimes it's not unreasonable to say that Shapiro has dual loyalty, for example. But you can arrive at these conclusions through different frames of understanding that are not ethno-nationalist. Very long passage, sorry. Yeah, I was kind of alluding to that as well. And I think he just really wants to like believe that Nick Fuentes actually is like somewhat of a humanitarian, but I don't think that that's going to be proven anytime soon. Not to be entirely pessimistic, but let's be a little realistic, yeah. If not, then we risk losing ourselves. Subs are subs. 500 is needed for super chats. Listen, I have integrity. I don't give a fuck about stupid panels if it means that I'm going to get an audience that doesn't even like my content. Like, what is the point of making content then, right? Aside from me liking it. Oh, thank you, MC Bong. Are you gonna do a text to speech? Yeah, there is, honestly, super chats are kind of dumb anyway because I would get a lot of that revenue lost to YouTube. So just do tipping and it still does text to speech on the page. So it wouldn't be necessary. Yeah, actually, that's really not necessary. Huh? I feel like if I just went on a stint where I like do my best to get as big of an audience as possible without caring for the actual um what the audience wants, they're going to be sorely disappointed when they realize that I actually just don't give a singular fuck about debates that don't use logic and rely on screaming and ad hominems. Like, lame. There's a lot of crazy psychos on random panels as well. Yeah, I've seen quite a few. And in fact, I have a friend that has interacted with quite a few. But I don't know how she has the patience for it. I just find it really, like, morally taxing. Might be a good way to phrase it. Like, it's genuinely unnecessary stress in my life. And no offense to the people that do that as their thing, and if they enjoy that, power to you. But it's just not mine. And now we're in center screen. Let's go. But yeah, if you want to do a super chat, just use this instead. This. Just use this command in chat, and you're golden. Hmm. Da Vinci Resolve. So we can read for, let's say we read for about an hour and I speed run it through a chapter that I find less annoying. We can do Kabbalah 101. That would be kind of funny. Is it Kabbalah or Kabbalah? Because it's Kabbalistic. The seller requires U.S. address for purchases. Wait. The seller requires U.S. billing addresses for all purchases made using PayPal. Apparently, your PayPal, you can't even tip. That is weird and also not correct. Okay, I take issue with that, and I want this to be set up already. So that's dumb. I'm fixing this now. Stream Elements requires me to be on the US, in the US. That's weird and lame and dumb. It's Stream Elements specifically, or is it PayPal? Because I had a few people doing it and it was fine. Oh, Stream Elements specifically requires you to be in the US is so weird and dumb and lame and odd. That was my stomach. And also, super chats don't get announced out loud. Yeah, what is the point of super chats? That's kind of lame. Okay, so, hmm. So, let's see. We can we can do a few sending a screenshot via Twitter DMs. It's fine, MC Bong. You can just here, I'll there's a donation link that is not uh Excuse me. Gosh, what is my donation link? I don't remember what my PayPal donation link is, but I might as well. I'll link that in chat. And if you feel so inclined to send a donation so I can get a desktop computer, so I can stop struggling through this again, that would be awesome. Interesting situation, TBH. Never had a problem with the nationality with PayPal account tipping the extreme elements before. Me, I do find that really odd and very aggravating. Hmm. Oh, I'm on Do Not Disturb, so of course it didn't send me the code. I have to accept with Venmo? What? Hmm. I find this odd. Oh, the things that I do. Hmm. Chat, what's going on? Any ideas for scripted YouTube video? Yeah, I'm doing one on Nickland. Yeah, no, I've done a lot of research on Nickland. Hmm. Huh. You know what? Sure. This is fine. Sure. Hmm. Alrighty. Well, we have a donation link. If you want to put that in, if you donate via Streamlabs, does it trigger TTS2? It might. Let me check, actually. Oh no, it has to be Streaming Elements, not Streamlabs. Sorry. If you would just like to donate, link is here. I can't do text to speech though. Apparently, unless you're in the US, which is so odd. Alrighty. Well, if that continues not working, I guess I'll die. What is it I'm trying to do? I'm trying to get text to speech working because apparently it doesn't work in other countries besides the US, which is odd. And now it's making me wonder if it works in the US. Track directly via PayPal. Okay, that's just odd. I can definitely take um from other countries, so that's very weird. Where would I figure out why it's telling me they're telling you that? PayPal hates Brazil, bad ending. Okay, but it's super weird though that it's not an option, right? That's odd. Okay, I'm trying something right now. We'll see if this works. Okay, so it's been connected through a different method now. Um, MC Bong, if you want to try again, due to fiscal laws, I've been taking, wait, try one more time because I changed. There was a legacy model of PayPal that I was using through Stream Elements. Maybe this fixed it. Let, I guess let's see. Okay. That is so odd. I love that noise. I don't. Still not working. What? Oh, that is so weird and annoying. Hmm. Okay, wait. I think I found something online. Maybe fun to solve. I don't know. Interesting. Um, it says apparently I go to payment preferences. It says I don't have it's a the so the thing it says is block non-US shipping addresses and I have no. And it's saved again to make sure. Hmm. Okay, sorry for the wait, guys. Oh, why is it so complicated? Do people never not have this problem usually? Mm, this should not be this complicated. Okay, I have an idea. Um, well, actually there was yeah, I have an idea. Okay, now try, and we'll see what happens. Well, we fixed the bureaucracies of payment processes. Did you know the latest batch of Epstein files has photos of Chomsky and Epstein in Epstein's private jet? I didn't know that actually. I'll try it now. The thing is that I know that they had instances where he was introducing him to foreign diplomats, including the Brazilian president, Lula. I'm saying that wrong, aren't I? De Sil, yeah, De Silva. I mixed both his name and what he's used, or Luis Inau Inauciao Inauciao Lula da Silva. Okay, MC Bong. Let me know if that works, because if not, there's one more thing I can try, but I don't want it to be the case. There's two more things I can try, but I don't want either of them to be the case. That's lame. It should just work. Not working yet, but here's how it's pronounced: Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. I my pronunciation in Portuguese is like pretty okay. I actually used to work at a law firm for immigration, which most of the well, it was immigration and real estate actually, but a lot of the customers were either Russian, or Slavic in general, and Brazilian and not Portuguese, specifically Brazilian. So I had to read a lot of emails in Portuguese, like Brazilian Portuguese, and I got pretty okay at parsing it. It's closer to French than Spanish is to French, which I found really interesting. So, yeah. I very much like how it's really kind of odd. I think it sounds so similar to Russian. Like Brazilian Portuguese sounds very similar to Russian in the way that like except for like the ow, that's very specific to Portuguese. You're going to subscribe to my Substack because it was going to tip $5 anyway. Uh oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, MC Bong. Oh, thank you. Uh I don't know what's up with this. It's making me really upset. Yeah, I like the way that Portuguese sounds though, and I like the way that Russian sounds. It's like the second one's an unpopular opinion. I okay. Hmm. Okay, so I have to do it through my phone. Okay, take your time. I mean, I but take your time. I mean, PayPal, take your time. PayPal needs to get its shit together. Oh no, don't tell me what it's what I think it is. It's making me log in again. Like it's just you get to look at my face. I hope it's pleasing. PayPal is xenophobic against Brazilians now. Maybe it's ah. At least I still have my page saved. No, Streamlabs is working from the API perspective. Odd. Oh, that's so really upsetting. Maybe it's in the documentation for Streamlabs? Hmm. That was the WebSocket. Oh, hey, I need a bong hit. Wait, you go by what on Discord again? What's your Discord name? Napstar. Hmm. Oh, hey, Alpha. How are you? You want to help us set up PayPal because it seems to be not working, so that people can do text to speech? Hmm. Apparently, I can't add the uh. Wait, let me log out really quick and then let me log back in. Because maybe it's a Canadian thing. And Canadians are just they don't want any sort of Brazilian currency. Good oof. Yeah, oof is right. I can't add the Brazilian uh I like how the Israeli shekel is here, but the fucking and the euro is here, but the Brazilian real is not. Okay. Um, this is my villain backstory and how I built a fintech SaaS company that will overtake PayPal, make the Brazilian real the world's reserve currency. Worst ending. Whole world now trades using Brazilian real. I feel like that might cause a lot of strain on perhaps the Brazilian economy. You can't send money online to someone in Canada if you live in Brazil. Is that actually true, Rob? Or are you just saying that because I said it? Hmm. I don't know. Someone help me, please. I'm really upset. Oh, this is so annoying. PayPal, what the heck? I live between the US and Canada, but mostly in Toronto. How much time did you take to write this on Substack? Deluded, flaccid, powerless, bitchless, posting from a floor mattress, ran by, destitute, deprived, impotent, womanish, fragility of a long-haired best in show inbred Saluki, pathetic, self-causing, driveling nonsense, affirmations from that schizophrenic void containing pitches entirely male, equally lone. So very, very stupid. Aware one's only feminine acolyte being himself. Seedless, fruitless, fatherless, childless, worthless behavior. Incredibly descriptive, not gonna lie. Thank you. I was that's actually in response to a person that I know. So I just thought it was really funny to write. Because he just writes a lot of stupid shit sometimes, and I'm just like, man, shut the fuck up. But I wanted to do it in a way that was a lot more poetic. And it was I knew it would hit a nerve. It doesn't give you the option to pay in USD, MC Bong. This is so frustrating. Hmm. Yeah, I've talked to his name is Kenneth. Deep Left Analysis. He was one of the white globalists that also called me white. The regular, the most stereotypical white person you can see on the street, right? Yeah, so that was a really interesting time. Because there should be a function now where you can pay with. Oh, this is so frustrating. Toronto's think tank social scene must be insane. It's not a think tank social scene, honestly. It was described once as a neo-Parisian cafe. I think that's also not very apt. Schizos and autists and scientists and artists abound. Yes, that's more apt. And none of which the described schizos or autists are diagnosed. And no one has a doctorate to my knowledge. All artists though. Let customers in Belgium pay you. Let customers in Poland pay you. Let customers in Austria pay you. Customers in the Netherlands pay you. Customers in Poland pay you again. Let customers in Sweden pay you. And then we have Austria, Germany, Denmark, Estonia, Spain, Finland, Lithuania, Latvia, Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands, United Kingdom. Um, okay, so there's a list of global alternative payment methods. So currencies that are countries, Canada, France. Wait, can you not pay with Apple Pay? Um, no, the stream probably just bugged out. Oh, sorry, is the stream bugging out? We're still live on YouTube though. Odd. Ah, I'm getting really upset. Hmm. I guess we lost. Uh, we seem to have gotten really unlucky today. Hmm. OBS just doesn't want to work today. I am trying not to be sad. Hmm. It's a process to send money internationally. In some cases, you can't send money to anybody in any country. There are limitations. Canada has strict laws on that. If you were in the U.S., that'd be different. It's registered in the U.S. That's the thing. That's why I find it a little confusing. Like you can receive almost exclusively payments in the U.S. Here has Twitch stopped shitting itself. Okay. Sorry, YouTube. I'm gonna check out for a second and then check back in. Because maybe it's OBS having a problem right now. In which case, OBS, what the fuck? But, 1 second. Hmm. Okay, are we back up now? Ah, we're finally back up, but it started an entirely new stream, which is super annoying. Okay, hi. I don't know what happened there. It just like kicked me for absolutely no reason. Super weird. Okay. Who's here? We're back. Yes, we are. Sorry, I have no idea what happened there. It was super weird. I love being randomly kicked. Wow, my stomach is making all those noises. I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to be upset. Because I'm still figuring out the PayPal thing. I'm so confused and upset, and why isn't it working? I'm upset. What is happening? Chat, who's still there? I need, like, moral support because I'm losing it. Stream elements. Why do you do this? Hates me. Troubleshooting Stream, you got this. No, troubleshooting PayPal now, because Stream is officially fine. I just am struggling with, and who's in YouTube chat? I please send moral support because I'm losing it. I'm sad. Okay. I don't know. Maybe this link will work. If MC Bong, you're still there and you want to try with the Brazilian Real again, uh, go for it. Yeah, for some reason. Oh, that's weird. It does work there. Oh, it's in the mini documentary about perfumery. That's really cute. Try the Streamlabs link. I guess I need to have both, but then I have to set up TTS in Streamlabs as well as what I already have set up in Elements, which was way easier, but whatever. Whatever. Oh man, and my stomach is just making crazy noises. Uh, try Stream Elements first, and then try Streamlabs. Hmm. Yeah, Elements first, and then. Can you guys hear my stomach? Because if so, I'm really sorry. Still very anti-Brazil at the moment. Just got back from. Okay, you're fine. Hmm. Oh, and I have to do all of the freaking settings all over again. I can't just have it do it between the two. That's so annoying. It took me so long to do it in the first place. Has Streamlabs been messing up? No, it's been Stream Elements been messing up. And oh, Rob, I have a ulcerative colitis, but also I think what's making noise is my stomach. So I think I just didn't eat. I did eat today though. I had breakfast finally, and I don't know. It's doing something. Like I'm sorry if you're hearing all of that, but yeah, none is my stomach. Here, I'll get closer to the mic. Can you hear me better? You need to access a US bank account to pay. What? Yeah, that makes no sense. Cause I literally, it's enabled. MC Bong, I think that they just don't like you. Yes, we do have a direct PayPal link. Um, let me get that open. I'm glad that you guys are patient enough to have me to be here as I troubleshoot all of this. Thank you. Yeah, that's not. I changed that setting. I don't know why you would need a US billing address, but the country you are trying to send payments to cannot receive them. Ugh. Is there like some sort of tariff situation going on with Trump now? Yeah, bits and subs are fine. That works. And let's see if I can add it to the bottom of my Twitch channel. Cause this is dumb and it's making me sad. Whatever. What was that? Oh, oh, thank you. Thank you, MC. Ah, that was really aggravating for so many reasons, and it's not even fully fixed yet, but ah, we ball, I guess. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Uh, and now the message you were trying to send for text to speech. Any situation in which some men prevent others from engaging the process of inquiry is one of violence. To alienate humans from their own decision making is to change them into objects. Paulo Freire, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Let's go! Nice! Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry again for all of the nonsense that took. Was not mm, very, very not fun. But alas, I was gonna say we perceive. No, that's not it. We persevere. It was actually liberating. I'll figure out a way to. I don't know what's up with that. Anyway, I edited my panel, so there's now a donate panel, which I think is quite cute. If you guys check it out on Twitch, it should clicking it leads you to um the option to. Uh, I'm trying not to be upset. Probably that guy hates every country but the US. Who are you referring to? Streamlabs needs to fight me. Okay, I'm gonna do a test one. Well, that's what it would look like if someone actually did send money or donated through Streamlabs, which is annoying and not the same. And also kind of, I had forgot that I put that noise there. That's very terrifying. Needless to say, yes, a platform for links, yes. Random SAS fact, Linktree is valued at 1.3 billion. Why? There's so many alternatives as well. Ah, I found that so depressing, deeply depressing. But hey, now you can send through, you can send not a text to speech through Streamlabs. Oh, referring to the tariff president. Yeah. Yes, that would be accurate. I'm finding myself really disheartened. Trying not to be, but alas, here we are. Yeah, I know. It's just like Twitch takes such a huge cut of subs and bits that it's like it's a little disheartening in itself. I'll snooze ads for a bit just out of solidarity. Rrr, rrr. But okay. I don't know if I could read land now because I'm so upset. Uh, whatever. Okay, hear me out. I work on editing my video, and in the meantime, I have chat actually being loud for once. And wait, where do I have chat set up? That's actually kind of a good question. Woohoops. Okay, so I have chat on Streamlabs. You're going to sleep because it's almost 1 a.m. and you have to work in 7 hours. Have an awesome rest of the stream. Sorry for upsetting. No, you're fine. I'm sorry that PayPal wasn't working for you. That's so stupid. Oh, yeah, it is quite late over here, too. Hmm. Okay. Well, microphone's gonna stay squarely in view. Hmm. Hmm. Trying not to be upset, but I'm very upset. And let me. Oh, that's such a. This is gonna be really annoying. Uh. Okay. So now I'll be alerted whenever new messages come in, and I'm going to set an audio recording of someone reading it for me because I don't have it in me. I don't have that dog in me right now. I'm gonna edit my video. I'm gonna edit my freaking video, and I'm gonna be not upset that Streamlabs wants to not give me my freaking money. Hmm. Hmm. So here, let me do that and close all of these tabs. Yeesh. Uh. Okay. Here. Hmm. Okay. So we're setting into someone else. We're going to keep going on. Hmm. Aesthetics, Kant, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. And if YouTube has a freaking problem, I will perish. Have I been editing my video this entire time? No, I've been fighting with PayPal because for some reason it wasn't letting someone donate. Okay, real Gokunaru, you don't have to donate, but can you check on uh okay, I'm gonna send a link. Can you check to see if it works? You don't have to send any money. Just like check to see if it works because if not, I'm going to die. Oh no, not that link. Or I guess maybe try that link. I don't know. Okay. And we're going to listen to an audiobook because I do not want to read such things out loud when instead other things exist that can do so for me while I edit my video. Although I guess I need headphones for that, don't I? And those are in the other room. Whatever. And at the same time, let me grab my headphones. The site looks fine? Okay. Hmm. Then I don't know. I'm confused. And it reset everything too. So, I'm gonna edit my video. You guys can stare at me as I do so, I guess. And, I'm going to play Nick Land. Because I don't want to read it to myself today. It was a 9-hour stream yesterday, and that was a lot. Okay. We've returned.
Art as insurrection. The question of aesthetics in Kant, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche.
Can we hear?
Artists, those savage beasts that can't get.
Can we hear properly? Hello? Anyone? Bueller? Could you hear the audiobook? Hello? Don't tell me I'm offline again.
Get enough of too much.
Okay, hi.
1. Immanuel Kant's critique of judgment is the site where art erupts into European philosophy with the force of trauma. The ferocious impetus of this eruption was only possible in an epoch attempting to rationalize itself as permanent metamorphosis, as growth, which means that it is a trauma quite incommensurable with the sort of difficulties art has posed to Western philosophy since Plato. For it is no longer a matter of irritation, but of catastrophe. The consistency of Kant's critical philosophy throughout all three of the great critiques rests in the attention to excess inherent in the conception of synthetic a priori judgments. The very inception of the critical project lay in Kant's decisive response to the voiding of logical metaphysics, the disintegration of the philosophical endeavor to reduce synthesis that was consummated by Hume. Perhaps nothing was clearer to Kant than the radical untenability of the Leibnizian paradigm of metaphysics, still dominant in the Wolffian philosophy of the Prussian state. Logicism had been exposed by the skeptical and empirical thought of a more advanced social system.
Making dinner? Okay.
Tautological stammering
Okay,
that
okay.
belonged to the Middle Ages, when positivity had been given an advance. It was with extraordinary resolve that Kant jettisoned the deductive systematization that had characterized the philosophies of immobilist societies, philosophies deeply and deliberately rooted in stagnant theism, and replaced it with the metaphysics of excess. He was even prepared to assist in the raising of all theoretical theology, because philosophy, too, had to become, at least a little, revolutionary. Nothing substantial was any longer to be presupposed. Although the hazards of synthesis, of having to think, were clearly no longer eliminable, Kant still clung to the prospect that they could be traversed and definitively concluded. Philosophy would have to take some ground, but it could still anticipate a place of rest, an impregnable defensive line. If history could no longer be avoided, at least it could be brought swiftly and meticulously to its end. Time would have to be transcendentally determined, once and for all, by a new metaphysics. It would thenceforth just continue without disruption in an innocent confirmation of itself. For a while, a period sometime between the early 1770s and 1790, it is possible that Kant was as cheerful as any bourgeois philosopher has ever been. An ephemeral restabilization had been achieved. Then came disaster. Something was still shockingly out of control. A third critique was necessary. The terrifying insight that drove Kant into the labyrinthine labors of the critique of judgment was that utter chaos had still not been outlawed by an understanding whose pretension was to legislate for nature. Kant's own words are these: although this, the pure understanding, makes up a system according to transcendental laws, which contain the condition of possibility for experience as such, it would still be possible that there be an infinite multiplicity of empirical laws, and such a great heterogeneity of natural forms belonging to the particular experience, that the concept of a system according to these empirical laws must be totally alien to the understanding, and neither the possibility, even less the necessity, of such a totality could be conceived. There are few horrors comparable to that of the master legislator who realizes that anarchy is still permitted. Far from having been domesticated by the transcendental forms of understanding, nature was still a freely flowing wound that needed to be staunched. This was going to be far more messy and frightening than anything yet undertaken, but Kant gritted his yellowing teeth and began. He found a resource for his new and final campaign in the precarious negative disorder which he called beauty. When compared to the rigorous order of transcendental form, beauty was an altogether fragile and impermanent discipline. It was something the transcendental subject could not promise itself. Nevertheless, it seemed that something beyond reason, something that was prepared to get its hands dirty, was keeping nature down. Purposiveness without purpose, Kant's last name for excess, has all the extravagance of triumph. Even without trying, we win. History is written by the victors, and ascendancy is presupposed as the condition of presentation, so that the submission of nature to exorbitant law is given with the objectivity of experience. It is thus a subjectively necessary transcendental presupposition that unlimited dissimilarity of empirical laws and heterogeneity of natural forms does not arise, but that it rather, through the affinity of the particular laws under more general ones, qualifies as an experience, as an empirical system. All these marshaled formulas. Nature takes the shortest way. She does nothing in vain. There is no leap in the multiplicity of forms. Continuum formere. She is rich in species, but yet thrifty in genuses, and so forth. And nothing other than just this transcendental expression of judgment, setting itself a principle for experience as a system, and thus for its own needs. Experience is thought of in terms of an extravagant but explosive inheritance, an ungrounded adaptation of nature to the faculties of representation. The increasingly tortured and paradoxical formulations that
Hey,
Kant
Wormy.
selects indicate
How
the
are you?
precarious character of the luxuriance, stocked and expended in the imagination as free play. Consider just one example. Purposiveness is a lawfulness of the accidental as such. Like Marx's Ricardo, it is the extraordinary cynicism of Kantianism at the edge of its desperation that lends it a profound radicality. Kant's reason is a reactive concept, negatively defined against the pathology with which it had been locked in perpetual and brutal war. In the third critique, all inhibition is lifted from this conflict. It becomes gritty, remorseless, cruel. His theory
Cozy
of the
vibes?
divine, for
Yeah, we
instance,
had an
inexorably
issue
in an insensate
with
evolved against the preconceptual animal powers summarized under the faculty of the
with
imagination.
PayPal and TTS, so
In the
I
agreement
decided
of the supply of
to
nature,
just play an
the world
audio thing
does
while
not
I
give
work
vent
on
to
the
pleasure,
video.
insofar as it humiliates and ruins that part of ourselves that we fail to share with the angels. To take one instance, out of innumerable possibilities, he says of the sublime that it is something terrifying for sensibility, which, for all that, has an attraction for us, arising from the fact of its being a violence which reason unleashes upon sensibility with a view to extending its own domain, the practical, and letting sensibility look out beyond itself into the infinite, which is an abyss for it. Kant is becoming remarkably indiscriminate about his allies, asking only that they be
Yeah,
fools
PayPal's
enough
pretty
to
evil.
believe in a
I
nation,
don't know what's up with it.
and know how to fight. If reason is so secure, legitimate, supersensibly guaranteed, why all the guns? Irrational surplus, or the ineliminable and beautiful danger of unconscious creative energy, nature with fangs. How do we hold on to this thought? It is perpetually threatened by collapse. by a reversion to a depressive philosophy of work, whether theological or humanistic.
Okay. Chat, say something so I can see if I can hear you.
Marked by the names Hegel, Schelling, and Schopenhauer, are constantly tempted by the prospect of a reduction to forgotten or implicit labor, to the agency of God, spirit, or man, to anything that would return this ruthless artistic force of the generative unconscious to design, intention, project, teleology. Kant's word genius is the immensely difficult and confused, but emphatic resistance to such reductions.
Chat?
The thought of an utterly impersonal creativity that is historically registered as the radical discontinuity of the
I did
example
not hear anything from there.
of irresponsible legislation, as order without anyone giving the orders. Kant is quite explicit that a generative theory of art requires a philosophy of genius, a readmission of a cursed pathology into its very heart. And one only has to read
Okay, so the no cursing thing works now.
disruption that art inflicts.
So if you do the command, it should work. But you have to turn it on, and then once 10 minutes hits, turn it off. So enable and then disable.
Even though he acknowledges that the autonomy of reason is to the heteronomy of genius what fidelity of representation is when compared to creation, poverty and wretchedness, the message scarcely seeps out. In addition, there is a perpetual and pathetic effort to subsume aesthetics under practical imperatives. Beauty as the symbol of ethical life, being one example, and the basic tendency of his theory of the sublime, the infinite privilege of transcendental ideas.
Yeah, I will not curse for 10 minutes.
Despite superficial appearances, it is not with the thought of noumenal subjectivity that the unconscious is announced within Western philosophy. For this thought is still recuperable as a pre-reflexive consciousness, so innocuous that even Sartre is happy to accept it. It is rather out of an intertwining of two quite different strands of the Kantian text that the perturbing figure of the energetic unconscious emerges. First,
where do you see it? It should just go off in chat. It's not terribly useful. I thought it was something else, but it's not.
Nature in its legislative aspect. The genius cannot indicate how these fantastic and yet thoughtful ideas arise and come together in his head, because he himself does not know, and cannot, therefore, teach it to anyone. It is no doubt comforting to speak of the genius, as if impersonal creative energy were commensurable with the order of autonomous individuality governed by reason. But such chatter
Talk in chat, because it looks empty now that I reset it.
It does not belong to a psychological lexicon. Far from appropriate is the language of seismic upheaval, inundation, disease, the onslaught of raw energy from without. One is a genius only in the sense that one is syphilitic, in the sense that one is violently problematized by a ferocious exteriority. One returns to the subject of which genius has been predicated to find it charred and devastated beyond recognition. 2. Schopenhauer reconstructed the critical philosophy in several very basic ways, by eliminating the dogmatic presupposition of a difference between subjective and objective noumena, by shifting not in an idealist, phenomenological direction, but towards unconscious will, by simplifying the transcendental understanding from the 12 categories and 2 forms of sensibility inherited from Kant to the integrated principle of sufficient reason, by nipping Kant's proto-idealist logicism in the bud, by charging the critical philosophy with the furious energy of sexual torment, attacking its, at least, germinal academicism, and
Okay. Wait, try one more time?
Where Kant distorts.
Oh no, yeah, spam chat, guys. Spam chat, spam chat, spam chat. I need to make sure that the thing is working so I know when I can actually hear when you guys are talking. I'm not ignoring you.
Abstraction from the understanding, coextensive with language, so that Kant's transcendental logic is rethought through a transcendental aesthetic, organized in terms of the principle of sufficient reason, simplified, demystified, and pushed downwards towards pre-intellectual intuition. Reason is no longer thought of as an autonomous principle in reciprocal antagonism with nature, but as a film upon its surface. All these moves involve a massive shift in the term will, Wille,
I heard nothing,
for the
which is odd.
comprehension of desire. For Kant, the will is aligned with reason, as the principle of the investment of nature with intentional intelligibility, the resource from which teleological judgment must regulatively metaphorize all exorbitant natural order. The will, as the faculty of desire, is one of the many natural causes in the world, namely, that one which is effective through concepts.
Yeah, just spam chat. I can't. For some reason, it's not working. I can't hear.
Through a will is called practically possible or necessary, in contradistinction from the physical possibility or necessity of an affect for which the ground is not determined in its causality through concepts, but rather, as with lifeless matter, through mechanism, and with animals through instinct. In contrast, Schopenhauer's great discovery is that of non-agentic will, the positivity of the death of God, rather than thinking willing as the movement by which conception
Spam chat, spam chat, spam chat.
nature. He understands the appearance of rational decisions as a
Okay, now I'm
derivative
hearing it.
consequence
Now
of
I'm hearing it.
pre-intellectual and ultimately
Thank
pre-personal,
you.
even pre-organic willing. Unconscious desire is not just desire that happens to be unconscious, as if a decisionistic lucidity is somehow natural or proper to desire. It is rather that consciousness can only be consequential upon a desire for which lucid thought is an instrumental requirement. For Schopenhauer, the intellect is constituted by willing, rather than being constitutive for it. We do not know what we want. There is an important sense in which Schopenhauer's will is the thought of genius taken towards its limit, subsuming the entire faculty of knowledge under that of exorbitant natural order, as a mere instance, although a privileged one, of purposiveness without purpose. But Schopenhauer's own usage of the thought of genius preserves it in its specificity, as a proportional exorbitance on the part of the intellect in relation to the will. Genius is the result of a positive overcoming of unconscious purpose, an excess of intellectual energy over that which can be absorbed by desire, thus redundancy or dysfunction through superfluity. An entirely pure and objective picture of things is not reached in the normal mind, because its power of perception at once becomes tired and inactive, as soon as this is not spurred on and set in motion by the will. For it has not enough energy to apprehend the world purely objectively from its own elasticity and without a purpose. On the other hand, where this happens, where the brain's power of forming representations has such a surplus that a pure, distinct, objective picture of the external world exhibits itself without a purpose, as something useless for the intentions of the will, which is even disturbing in the higher degrees and can even become injurious to them, then there already exists at least the natural disposition for that abnormality. This is denoted by the name of genius, which indicates that something foreign to the will, i.e., to the I or ego proper, a genius added from outside, so to speak, seems to become active here. The mother of the useful arts is necessity, that of the fine arts superfluity and abundance. As their father, the former have understanding, the latter genius, which is itself a kind of superfluity, that of the power of knowledge beyond the measure required for the service of the will. For Schopenhauer, the body is the objectification of the will. The intellect is a function of a particular organ of the body, and genius is the surplus of that functioning in relation to the individual organism in question. Genius is thus an assault on the individualized will that erupts from out of the reservoir of archaic, pre-organized willing. It is a site of particular tension in his thinking, caught between a vision of progressive redemption, achieved through humanity as perfected individuality, in which the will is able to renounce itself, and regressive unleashing of the pre-individual will from the torture chamber of organic specificity, ego interests, and personality. Schopenhauer's attachment to the first of these options is well known, but the possibility of an alternative escape from individualization, by way of dissolution into archaic inundating desire, constantly strains for utterance within his text. This tension generates a terminological fission that can be easily detected along the jagged fault lines separating sexuality from art. One example is beauty, a word that is driven by Schopenhauer's overt, metaphysical policy into an uneasy alignment with renunciation. He interprets it as the negative affect, relief or release, associated with disengagement from interested thought, attained through contemplative submergence in the pure universal ideas of natural species as they exist outside space, time, and causality, and manifest to a radicalized Kantian disinterestedness that is greatly facilitated by artistic representation. If in the end Derrida's Spurs is an absurd book, it is because it is tapping into Nietzsche's negotiation with Schopenhauer's discourse on woman and the aesthetic without knowing what it is listening to, because it is too busy perpetuating the Heideggerian mutilation of libidinal post-Kantianism. Nietzsche's recovery and affirmation of the fictive power of art in his later writings is a response to the violent denigration of this power in Schopenhauer's thought, a denigration that is programmed by a complex of interlocking factors that are evidenced with particular intensity in his discussion of sexual difference. Schopenhauer founds the modern thought of excitement as suffering, a thought which survives into the 20th century in a variety of guises, and most importantly, in Freud's libidinal economy. In order to perpetuate a rhythm of desire and its tranquilization, in which there is no space for positive pleasure, but only variable degrees of pain, it is necessary to be profoundly misled. This is why Schopenhauer refers to the principle of sufficient reason, which is associated with the pure form of material reality and the transcendental condition of individuated appearance, as the veil of Maya, or illusion. Art, with the escape from individuation and desire, is thus the very negative of fiction. Beauty is an experience of truth. But there is also another troubling, enticing, arousing, and captivating type of beauty. Nietzsche will come to say it is the only one. The beauty that is exemplified in post-Hellenic Western history, at least, in the female body. For Schopenhauer, this is an immense problem, as is the domain of the erotic in its entirety. The anegoic disinterestedness of resignation is echoed and parodied by an indifference to ego interests that leads in a quite opposite direction, deeper into the inferno of willing. After acknowledging with his usual raw honesty that all amorousness is rooted in the sexual impulse alone, Schopenhauer is forced to accept that it is precisely this not seeking one's own interest, everywhere the stamp of greatness, which gives even to passionate love a touch of the sublime, and makes it a worthy subject of poetry. There is thus both a renunciatory and libidinous sublime, each with its associated objects and aesthetic perfections or intensities. And it is not only beauty that is torn in separate directions, fiction too is split. On the one hand, as the condition of individualization, and on the other, as an appeal to constituted individuality. Either the ego is a dream of desire, or desire has to creep up on the ego as a dream. In sexuality, quote, nature can attain her end only by implanting in the individual a certain delusion, and by virtue of this, that which in truth is merely a good thing for the species seems to him to be a good thing for himself, so that he serves the species, whereas he is under the delusion that he is serving himself. In this process, a mere chimera, which vanishes immediately afterwards, floats before him, and as motive takes the place
Ah,
of a
10
reality.
minutes is up. I didn't
This
curse.
delusion is instinct. In the great majority of
Fuck you.
cases, instinct is to be regarded as the sense of the species which presents to the will what is useful to it. End quote. Woman is matter, formless and unpresentable, arousing and thus tormenting. Everything about her is pretense, deception, alteration, unlocalizable, irrational attraction. Verstellung. Schopenhauer's notorious essay on woman is mapped by the movement of this word as it organizes the play of seduction, of indirect action, of non-ideal beauty, disrupting the seriousness and responsible self-legislation of the male subject through an art of dissimulation. Woman is wicked art, art that intensifies life, art whose only truth is a whispered intimation that negation too is only a dream, the figment of an overflowing positivity that deceives through excess. Could the dream of redemption be nothing but a bangle upon the arms of exuberant life? Schopenhauer reels in horror. Only the male intellect, clouded by the sexual impulse, could call the undersized, narrow-shouldered, broad-hipped, and short-legged sex the fair sex. For in this impulse is to be found its whole beauty. The female sex could be more aptly called the unaesthetic. Women are so terribly non-platonic, so outrageously vital and real, so excessive in relation to the cold, sterile perfections of the ideas. With infallible instinctive power, they propagate the dangerous delusion that there is something about life that we want. Pessimism has to be misogyny, because woman refuses to repel. 3. A few of the things that Nietzsche learnt, at least in part, from Schopenhauer, were the elementary tenets of libidinal materialism, or the philosophy of the energetic unconscious, the unrestricted development of the theory of genius, the primacy of the body and its medical condition, pragmatism, asking not how we know, but why we know, effervescent literary brilliance, aestheticism with a musical focus, an aristocratic concern, a hierarchy and gradation, which he turned into an implement for overcoming Aristotelian logic, anti-humanism, a construction of the history of philosophy as dominated by Plato and Kant, and the problematic of reality and appearance, virulent anti-academicism, misogyny, and the distrust of mathematical thinking. Schopenhauer even wrote that the genuine symbol of nature is universally and everywhere the circle, because it is the schema or form of recurrence. In fact, this is the most general form in nature. She carries it through in everything from the course of the constellations down to the death and birth of organic beings. In this way alone, in the restless stream of time and its content, a continued existence, i.e., a nature, becomes possible. But the shifts that Nietzsche brought to the Schopenhauerian philosophy by the end of his creative life were at least as immense as this inheritance, involving, amongst other elements, a displacement from the will to life to the will to power, so that survival is thought of as a tool or resource for creation, a displacement of anti-humanism from the ascetic ideal to overman, non-terminal overcoming, the completion of a post-Aristotelian logic of gradation without negativity or limits, a critique of philosophy that diagnosed Plato and Kant as symptoms of libidinal disaster, a return of historical thinking freed from the untenable timelessness opposition of bankrupt logicism, and a displacement from the principle of sufficient reason to equalization, Ausgleichung, which, since differentiation was no longer thought of as an imposition of the subject, implied a shift from primordial unity to irreducible pluralism, and from the disinterested world eye to perspectivism. Nietzsche's intricate, profound, and explosive response to the provocation of Schopenhauer resists hasty summarization. It is helpful to start with the transitional movements of The Birth of Tragedy, in which the Schopenhauerian will is rebaptized as Dionysus. Like the undifferentiated will, it is only in the dream of Apollonian appearance that Dionysus can be individualized. As Walter Otto remarks about the mythological, not just the specifically Nietzschean god, he is clearly thought of in the Oriental pattern as the divine or infinite in general, in which the individual soul longs so much to lose itself. The tragic chorus is the focus of a delirious fusion, in which the personality is liquidated by the collective artistic process. Otto says some other very important things about Dionysus, the twice born. The one so born is not merely the exultant one and joy-bringer. He is also the suffering and dying god, the god of tragic contradiction. And the inner power of this dual nature is so great that he steps amongst humanity as a storm, quaking them and subduing their resistance with the whip of madness. Everything habitual and ordered must be scattered. Existence suddenly becomes an intoxication, an introduction of blessedness, but no less one of terror. To this female world, the Apollonian stands opposed as the decidedly masculine. The mystery of life, of blood, and of terrestrial force does not rule in it, but rather clarity and breadth of spirit. But the Apollonian world cannot persist without the other. Doric civilization, the hard Apollonian spine of Western culture, vaunting the defiant erectness of its architecture, is fundamentally defensive in nature. Already in this, Nietzsche's most Schopenhauerian book, the minor register of the pessimistic quandary prevails without compromise. The overcoming of wretched individuality is to be referred in the direction of the reservoir of insurgent desire, not in that of a metaphysical renunciation. One does not build fortifications against saints. To me, the Doric state and Doric art are explicable only as a permanent military encampment of the Apollonian. Only incessant resistance to the titanic barbaric nature of the Dionysian could account for the long survival of an art so defiantly prim and so encompassed with bulwarks, a training so warlike and rigorous, and a political structure so cruel and relentless. The difference between Dionysus and Apollo is that between music and the plastic arts. Schopenhauer's differentiation that Nietzsche describes as the most important insight of aesthetics. Will and representation, primary and secondary process. Chaos and form. In the tragic fusion of music and theatrical spectacle, desire is delivered upon the order of representation in a delirious collective affirmation of insurgent alterity. Nature, impulse, oracular insight, woman, barbarism, Asia. Greek tragedy is the last instance of the Occident being radically permeable to its outside. The Socratic death of tragedy is the beginning of the ethnic solipsism and imperialistic dogmatism that has characterized Western politics ever since. The brutal domestication process with which the repressive instance in man, reason, has afflicted the impersonal, insurrectionary energies of creativity until they become the whimpering, sentimental, and psychologized genius of the Romantics. With Socrates began the passionate quest of European humanity to become the ugly animal. In his later, more fragmentary writings on art, Nietzsche perhaps says something a little like the following: the aesthetic operation is simplification, the movement of abstraction, logicization, unification, the resolution of problematic. It is this operation which, when understood in terms of the logical principles formulated by Aristotle, in terms, that is, of its own product, seems like a negation of the enigmatic, the redistribution of alterity to the same within a zero-sum exchange, the progressive improvement and domestication of life. But simplification is not a teleologically regulated approximation to simplicity, to the decadent terminus we call truth. It is an inexhaustibly open-ended creative process whose only limits are fictions fabricated out of itself. Nothing is more complex than simplification. What art takes from enigma, it more than replenishes in the instantiation of itself, in the labyrinthine puzzle it plants in history. The intensification of enigma, a luxuriantly problematic loam of existence, is built out of the sedimented aeons of residues deposited by the will to power, the impulse to create, the world as a work of art that gives birth to itself. Enigma, positive confusion, delirium, problematic, pain, whatever we want to call it, the torment of the philosophers in any case, is the stimulus to ecstatic creation, to an interminable resolution into the enhanced provocations of art. What the philosophers have never understood is this: it is the unintelligibility of the world alone that gives it worth.
Hey, hey, Hyperborean.
Monism.
How are you?
Plurality.
Sorry, we were not on the correct page. Hello. Are you here to listen?
Give interpretations a sign of strength, not to desire to deprive the world of its disturbing and enigmatic character. Not then to oppose pain to the absence of pain, as metaphysical pessimism does, but rather to differentiate the ecstatic overcoming of pain from weariness and inertia.
Good.
To exult in new and more terrible agonies, fears, burning perplexities as the resource of becoming, overcoming, triumph, the great libidinal oscillations that break up stabilized systems and intoxicate on intensity. That is a Dionysian pessimism. Refusal to be deprived.
Dionysian pessimism.
The effect.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, we decided that we were having a bit of a few issues with PayPal that kind of made me a little disenfranchised. Not disenfranchised, disheartened. And I took a break from reading and decided to let the audiobook take over. Although I've been working on the video editing in the background. Who's still here? Everyone in chat, say hi. Everyone in chat, say hi and also say your an object that is to the left of you. I'm not hearing objects. Oh, hey, Neo. What's up? Okay. To the left, the book Mystery of Belisena Vilka. What is that book about? People in chat, you know what to do. What object are you listening for? Just, I'm listening for whatever object is directly to your left. What do you do? What do you mean, what do you do? Ooh, it is cool in here. I'm gonna turn the air up. How are you gonna hear the No, you type like whatever object is directly to the left of you. And I'm going to be right back actually because it's quite cold in here, and I'm going to grab. Or not, I'm going to grab. I'm going to turn the air. Okay. Oh, lamp and blanket. Oh, grab a blanket. I don't have one small enough that I can take here comfortably. I don't know. I just turned the air up. I brought my hat though. It's been very useful during winter. I lost my earmuffs, which made me sad. So, we're using this guy instead. Where are my mods? That's the real question. Yes, I have my little furry hat. Fluffy hat. Hat moving solo dolo, yeah. Mm. With Fluffy, yes. Quit Fluffy. Goated hat, thank you. Worm, what is an object directly to your left? You're back, what'd you miss? You guys have to say something that's directly to your left. How was my day today? My day was, pretty uneventful after a 9-hour stream yesterday. And I kind of shot my voice, actually. Mod deficiency? No, no, they're back. They're back. You can see them in the chat. Um, your lamp is to your left. Okay, worm, what's to your left? Doors, what's to your left? Because Hyperborean and Neo already responded. Versace the Dreamer? Is that the name of a pet? Uh, oh, yeah, no. I was trying to sing earlier today, and I realized that, my voice is still shot from the 9-hour stream, so it's a cologne. Oh, duh. I knew that. Well, hmm. Trying to sing? Yeah, I want to. I actually, want to start a punk band. That was one of the main reasons I was so excited to move to, Toronto, because there's actually. I sing? Yeah. There's a cat to your left. Really? What's the cat's name? Oh, I'm probably super loud, aren't I? How's my volume for everyone? Am I too loud? Am I okay? I sing usually. I was doing warm-ups today and I realized, ooh, that's funny. I realized that I'm still quite sick, unfortunately, and my voice is not fully recovered, which has made me pretty sad. What can you do? Smoking silly in this hat. But yeah, I was excited to start a pop punk band. And I met some people recently that are extremely talented, and some of them are based. Drink ginger tea with honey and pray. I don't have ginger tea. I just moved and I don't have any like of my usual groceries. So alas, I suffer. I want to like throat lozenge or something. But oh no. Yeah, that is the that's the vibe today. And in fact, I should probably because oh, my phone's been a little overheating because of all this. 'Tis the day of reckoning. Yeah, and also PayPal decided not to work for someone who wanted to do text to speech, which was even more annoying because I was like, "Oh my God, I actually get to hear it this time." And nothing. So, we're just we're caught. We're 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 suffering today. I'm just excited. Whatever. Yeah, I just be like that. I'll admit it made me sad, but hmm. Okay, so we've gotten. What do you guys have you guys been listening to the audiobook or is it just background noise for you guys? And is it only more interesting when I read it? No suffering, dear. This sun will rise again to you. We'll see, man. I'm tired and I just want things to work properly, including TTS. Everything's been so unnecessarily expensive lately and I'm just very tired. But alas, what can you do? I do need to figure out how to get streams working on my phone so I can do IRL stuff because that would be fun, especially for music. Once my voice returns, that would be nice. I have the skills to get through this. I don't. Maybe I don't know anymore. Do I? What what skills? Download stream elements? I have both. The thing is that it was just specifically not working for the Brazilian real. But I did end up actually adding to my yeah. I mean, I guess it should work. Like it should I think it was just because it was the Brazilian real. But it was just really upsetting because I was like, "Wait, why isn't it working?" And I'll admit it was pretty disheartening because I was like actually excited to hear it. But whatever. Yeah. You don't know how these things work? It's so the text to speech essentially how it should work is you can't see it right now, which honestly I should probably fix this. Um haven't gotten that far yet. You just do this command right here, exclamation point tip, and it'll pop up on how to do it in the chat, essentially. That's how it should work. Let me actually fix the graphic there because it's not terribly you can't see it very well, can you? Yeah. And then if you click on that, it'll give you the option to do text to speech. Yup. And then the fun thing that I set up is depending on what message you want to put, I can, but others might not. Might not what? The option that I put is that depending on what the amount you tip is like how um intelligible intelligible the voice is. You didn't have a PayPal account? I think it does it not. Is it only PayPal? Time to spend another, I don't even know how long trying to fix this. You think so? It's okay. We're going to fight some higher being. There's and the Streamlabs one isn't set up the same way. It's so annoying. It's only PayPal? Okay, let me fix that because there is an option to fix that. Wait, I'm looking at my sources for okay, Stream Elements. It'd be like that. Yeah, I guess it do. Does anyone know an alternative to um like Stream Elements and uh Streamlabs for this? Because I feel like I'm a little cornered and it's really making me upset. Hmm, Ow. I'll keep playing the audiobook in the meantime.
Of the work of art is to excite the state that creates art, intoxication. 4. After Nietzsche, there is Freud, tapping into a reservoir of genius, the unconscious of late 19th century Viennese women, that drives him to the point of idiocy. He pushes onwards without knowing what the fuck he's doing. Freud is a thinker of astounding richness and fertile complexity, but I shall merely touch upon his most disastrous confusion. When he writes on art, degenerating, despite his wealth of acuity, into banal psychobiography, a terribly damaging loss of direction afflicts the psychoanalytic enterprise. The inherent connection between the eruptive primary process and artistic creativity, or the basic inextricability of psychoanalysis and aesthetics, slips for its grasp, and art is presented as a merely contingent terrain for the application of therapeutically honed concepts. The adaptation of the mutilated individual to its society, in which art is illegal except as a parasite of elite commodity production circuits, is the scandal of psychoanalysis. It becomes Kantian, bourgeois, a delicate police activity dedicated to the social
There we go.
management and containment of genius, as if therapy could be anything other than the revolutionary unleashing of artistic creation. The two basic directions in which the philosophy of genius can develop are exemplified by psychoanalysis and National Socialism. Either rigorous anti-anthropomorphism, the steady constriction of the terrain of intentional explanation, and the rolling reduction of praxes to parapraxes, or the re-ascription of genius to intentional individuality, concentration of decision, and the paranoiac praxial interpretation of non-intentional processes, the Jewish conspiracy theory. The death of God is operative in both cases, either as the space of the generative and conscious, or as that of a triumphantly divinized and arbitrarily isolated secular subjectivity. It is easy to see that the role of discourse in these two cases is a very precise register for the difference at issue. On the one hand, the talking cure, in which the texts of confession and rational theory are both displaced by the compression wave of a radically senseless energy process that defies the status of object in relation to an autonomously determinable agent language. And on the other, the interminable authoritative monologue of the dictator, politically instantiated ego ideal, in which the will is returned to a quasi-Kantian acceptation to capitalize upon its libidinal detour, finding its true sense in the lucid decision of an individual who speaks on behalf of a racially specified, unconscious clamor. That part of 20th century philosophy resonant with the aesthetically oriented tendency outlined here has as its two great tasks the diagnosis of Nazism and the protraction of the psychoanalytic impulse. In other words, the arming of desire with intellectual weapons that will allow it to evade the dead-end racist Gotthardammerung politics, which capital deploys as a last-ditch defense against the flood. No revolution without insurrectionary desire. No effective route for insurrectionary desire without integral anti-fascism. Wilhelm Reich, George Bataille, Gilles Deleuze, and Félix Guattari are perhaps the most important theoretical loci in this development. The latter three I shall say a little about. It is not simply ridiculous to describe Bataille as Schopenhauer with enthusiasm, insofar as it might crudely characterize a certain variant of Nietzscheanism or Dionysian pessimism. After all, Bataille too is concerned with value as the annihilation of life, challenging the utilitarianism that finds its only end in the preservation and expansion of existence. If this affirmation of loss is nihilistic, it is at least an active nihilism, the promotion of a violently convulsive expenditure rather than a weary renunciation. Art as the wastage of life, and Bataille's involvement with art, above all with literature, is of an unparalleled intricacy and intensity. Philosopher and historian of art, literary theorist, in his philosophy a stylist, dazzling as an essayist, a novelist and poet of both profundity and incandescent beauty. His is a writing oblivious to circumscription, spreading like an exotic fungus into the darkest recesses of aesthetic possibility. A rather tortured and incoherent leap? Come on now. A philosophy of excess that draws out an inner connection between literature, eroticism, and revolt could hardly be irrelevant to our problematic here. As Bataille states, beauty alone renders tolerable a need for disorder, violence, and indignity that is the root of love. Bataille also has the peculiar honor, shared with Nietzsche and Reich, of beginning his assault on germinal National Socialism before Hitler had exhibited its truth. His early essay sketch a vision of fascism as the most fanatical project for the elimination of excess, an attempt at the secular enforcement of the perfectly ordered city of God against the disorder, luxuriance, and mess of surplus production as it sprawls into the voluptuary expenditure of eroticism and art. Assailing the fascist tendency is the disindividualized delirium of tragic sacrifice and revolution, when, quote, being is given to us in an intolerable surpassing of being, no less intolerable than death. And because in death it is withdrawn from us at the same time it is given, we must search for it in the feeling of death, in those intolerable moments where it seems that we are dying, because the being in us is only there through excess, when the plenitude of horror and that of joy coincide. End quote. But there is no doubt that the fascists are right, the very incarnation of right, yes. Literature is even, like the transgression of moral law, a danger. A theory of the real as art, primary production, that is melded seamlessly with an anti-fascist diagnostics characterizes the work of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari. In their Anti-Oedipus, they indicate that the rational regulation or coding of creative process is derivative, sterile, and eliminable. Their name for genius is schizophrenia, a term that cannot be safely domesticated within psychology, any more than genius can, and for the same reasons. If nature is psychotic, It is simply because our psychoses are not in reality ours. Libido, as the raw energy of creation, is ungrounded, irreducibly multiple, yet it precipitates a real and unified principle out of itself. The body without organs is its name, at once material abstraction and the concretely hypostasized differential terrain, which is nothing other than what is instantaneously shared by difference. The body without organs is pure surface, because it is the mere coherence of differential web, but it is also the source of depth, since it is the sole ontological element of difference. It is produced transcendence. Paradox after paradox, spun like a disintegrating bandage upon the infected and deteriorating wound of Kant's aesthetics, teasing the philosophical domestication of art, the most gangrenous cultural appendage of capital, towards its utter disintegration. How does desire come to desire its own repression? How does production come to rigidify itself in the social straitjacket whose most dissolved form?
Hmm? Wait, I'm in a punk band that's freaking awesome? No, I haven't started it yet. I want to be. I moved to Toronto to be in a punk band. Wait, how far back is the latency here? I'm getting this now. I, um, I need to practice my vocals, but unfortunately, I don't have my voice back from being sick. Wait, if I go close up to the mic, you can kind of still hear how gritty it is. Oh, you're just mad late on responding to that one. Okay, heard. Yeah, it's just is that a good vol? Yeah, that's a good. Is that a good volume? Um, but yeah, no, I play bass. I played classical guitar for 4 years. Classically trained, or sorry, I was classically trained in vocals for a few years, couple years. And I just miss singing a lot. I just want to perform. And also, I saw a friend perform recently. Um, and I was like struck with this horrible, not horrible, I'm exaggerating, but I was struck with this jealousy and I was just like, that could be me. Uh, he's like an actual like touring musician though, so that doesn't count. But I asked him if I could be his music rival and he was like, what does that entail? And I was like, obviously fight to the death. But I am just I'm just tired. And I want to have my voice back and I want to be able to audition with my own band and have guitarists and be basically Haley Williams but me and cooler, I guess. Now you got this. You got potential for real. Have you heard me sing? No, we have ads coming up for the people that are not subscribed. Uh the next cooler Haley Williams, yes, yes, that's the goal. And I miss that like really dumb, not dumb. It's cringe now because it's so overdone, but I have good music taste. Thank you, or yes, you're one of my main people who likes all of my Spotify playlists, which I really appreciate, by the way. But I just in the playlist that's called Edgelord Valedictorian. I'm like, nice hat, very Russian. Yeah, I've been told. I've been told. Not Russian though, 0% Slavic to my knowledge. But yeah, no, I need to practice obviously pop punk vocals, and for that I need a very specific vocal coach, because those are hard to come by. And for that specifically, it's a very you have to do a lot of hoops, or not hoops. You have to do a lot of very specific vocal training to get that like nasally, like kind of sort of twang. The place is good. You like it? Oh, okay. That makes me happy. Yeah. I really like the sort of like, super, because I mean, obviously I don't feel that way anymore, but like the pettiness of like the early 2000s. You're into post-hardcore, but you like punk as well. I like pop punk because I think it's just so like unabashedly, and it's considered cringe now, but that's because it's been overdone so many times. I want to bring it back as just being unabashedly itself. And I always thought it was cool. I had like a bit of a scene phase growing up. I say a bit of, just a little bit more than that. Here, bring myself a little bit down more into frame. But yeah, I want to have that back, and I don't want to be like silly, sweet, bleh. I want to be like myself and angry and screaming into a mic. Your playlist is Mongolian throat singing. I am judging your music taste. Listen, you can do better. Just saying. But, um, okay, I'm gonna put on my VPN, and if it shuts off OBS again, I'll scream, but whatever. Oh, I have to update it? That's annoying. I'm pretty okay, but it's not the same thing, obviously. Hmm. Hello, Danielle Romano. How are you? This fine evening. I'm good as well. We're finishing up probably one of the more coherent pieces of Nick Land's Fanged Noumena. I My voice is cutting out because I am still a little sick, but I am playing an audiobook instead. That name, I feel like I've seen it before. Okay, so shall I continue with the end of this thing, or shall we talk about my post-punk band? Or sorry, not post-punk. Um, why isn't Twitch chat reloading? Odd. I'm not okay, I promise. Wormy, are you worried about finals? I'm sorry. You're gonna do really good. You're smart. Um, I'm curious where you may have seen me before. I don't know. I think it was the oh yeah, I have not seen you before. I'm sorry. Uh I guess the logo just looked familiar. Oh. Yes, okay, I do know MCR. I'm not the biggest MCR fan. I do like them a lot though. There are a few songs that I still fucking bang to. But I'm very Paramore Panic at the Disco beat. Very interesting. I'll have to come earlier next time. Curious where oh yeah. The book? Okay. We'll finish off the last part of the book. I've been forgetting to switch the page every so often, but we're basically at the end of Art as Insurrection. A lot of points I disagree with, but we're not going to get into that just yet. So,
Is capital. It is with this problematic inherited from Spinoza, Nietzsche, and Reich.
my logo is Power Rangers. Lol, maybe that's why it looks familiar. Probably. Yeah, probably.
The Deleuze and Guattari orient their work.
What are you?
How does art become undercompensated labor? Their answer involves a displacement of the problem into a philosophical affinity with Kant's paralogisms of the pure understanding, rethought in Anti-Oedipus as materially instantiated traps for desire. A paralogism is the attempt to ground conditions of possibility in the objectivity they permit, or creativity in what it creates. This is, to take the most pertinent example, to derive the forces of production from the socio-economic apparatus they generate. Sociological fundamentalism, state worship, totalitarian paranoia, and fascism, they all exhibit the same basic impulse: hatred of art, real freedom, desire, everything that cannot be controlled, regulated, and administered. Fascism hates aliens, migrant workers, the homeless, rootless people of every kind and inclination. Everything evocative of excitement and uncertainty. Women, artists, lunatics, drifting sexual drives, liquids, impurity, and abandonment. Philosophy, in its longing to rationalize, formalize, define, delimit, to terminate enigma and uncertainty, to cooperate wholeheartedly with the police, is nihilistic in the ultimate sense that it strives for the immobile perfection of death. But creativity cannot be brought to an end that is compatible with power, for unless life is extinguished, control must inevitably break down. We possess art, lest we perish of the truth. To conclude is not merely erroneous, but ugly.
And with that, we finish Art and as Insurrection. Aesthetics in Kant, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. Yeah. I've read it before. This is my second time. Well, this is my first time hearing it where I'm not speaking it myself. What did you guys think? Chat, wake up. What'd you guys think? What'd you guys think? The audio quality can be improved, but that's a good change, I think. Oh, am I too loud right now? Oops, sorry. Good. Rob Skywalker, have you interacted with Nick Lane's work before? Because if you do want to hear, generally more my thoughts on it and not me just being tired this one stream, you can go back to the other streams where I am actually reading it myself. Audiobook version gives you more reactability rather than sticking to you in the position of narrator, which is quite inflexible. It is true. I think the voice. Oh, the audio quality of the audiobook can be improved. Yeah, it lacks a little bit of a um how do we say? Oh, posture check. Yes. Yeah, posture check. Thank you, Worm, for reminding me to have better posture. Yeah. Uh, yeah. that works. Um, okay. Also, as a mod, you can go to my review requests under settings and say that I you redeemed it and it's marked as complete. Landisms. Yeah, there's a lot of those here. Honestly, this is probably the most coherent work that he's had so far, but he name drops so many different like thinkers, and I don't think that it makes for the most coherent point, in my opinion. In my humble onion, you might say. That was my stomach. Oh, down since it's so loud on my voice. Sorry. Um, yeah, I think genuinely I didn't have much to do besides make faces and be like, ugh, really? But alas, it is what is done is done. Hmm. You know, where's Stop? I feel like she would be more interested in these sorts of things. I see Icy, but Icy remains somewhat in the ether. Oh. I ate. I don't know why my stomach's growling like this. Whoever is in YouTube chat, like this video, or I'll perish. I'll literally, well, I won't perish actually. I'll just be suppressed again because no, this website does not like land apparently. So, yeah. No, you're not familiar. I should put so far so good. Y'all check out your other streams. It's land is if you're because you're probably missing a good bit of context here. He's being generally pretty reasonable. No, not really. He's like unnecessarily dark. There were other chapters that were just describing like torture methods at length in detail for like no reason. There was one where there were just excerpts entirely in German, but that was actually sort of a shortened version of his PhD thesis. Um, in which it was just kind of like a very point. Uh, he has more. I guess I won't ruin the surprise, and I've talked about it so much so far. Maybe I'll ask Doors if you're here and you can hear this. Maybe we should clip the part where I explain like my succinct thoughts on the obfuscation of general philosophy by those that want to gatekeep it, because I feel like that would be a good thing to reference. But yeah, chiller stream today. Hi, Doors. How are you? Will do. Yee, thank you. In the stream or another? In the one from yesterday where I went on the rant, I can probably give you the time code. Um, Chili? Are you Chili? What am I not hearing? I can give you probably the time code, but it's just like I go on two separate rants about just like the obfuscation of knowledge by those that are in let's not say academia, but those that are essentially making it pretentious, even though, philosophy is a study of knowledge and therefore should be generally accessible. You know? You know? I don't think it shouldn't be a hot take. But alas, alas, it is. Because everyone wants to be this name dropping, pretentious piece of shit. Genuinely. God forbid we make philosophy the framework in which people understand things accessible to the public. I'll give you the time code just so that you don't have to go through the entire stream if you don't remember it. Because I feel like that's a little bit tortuous, isn't it? The hat deadass looks more and more comfy the more I look at it. It is kind of comfy. I'm not gonna front. I really want a Yushanka with a fox fur, not real fox fur, obviously, but like foxes are my favorite animals. If you guys didn't know, it might be a little obvious from the page itself, but foxes are definitely my favorite animal. So anything fox themed. Oh, I actually have a good little guy that I can show off that I might grab. You've been downloading the VODs for now and going through them at a 3.5x speed, clipping as you go. But even sped up, it's actually really time consuming, so I end up procrastinating well. Yeah, let me just give you the time code because I can hop to it right now. Uh, opening video link. Um, and also while we're at it, might as well add this. Uh, you're a badger guy yourself? You like badgers? Really? Why badgers? Hmm. IDK is something about them I really like. That's, go off, I guess. You know, to each their own. Um, 1828. Okay. 9 hour stream yesterday. Gosh. Oh, that was intense. And I go on a rant for like a while. I guess it was a good break from reading. I went on a 42-minute rant. That's funny. I didn't even realize it was that long. It felt pretty short. Yeah, it was a 9 hour stream. A lot of it was kind of filler. IDK how you did a 9 hour stream. I'm not even sure how I did a 9 hour stream. Oh, what is have I heard of Swancore? No, I haven't. What's Swancore? Like music like dance. Oh, Dance Gavin Dance. Why is it called Swancore? I've heard of yeah, of course I've heard of Dance Gavin Dance. Why is it called Swancore? That's a little surprising. Ugh, I need to do yoga or something. Keep having to sit in this super small position over here because this is my little streaming corner and I don't have a desk or a chair yet because it was thrown out in the move, which was very dumb and really sad. And also, I didn't do it myself, but whatever. Because a guitarist of. Oh, okay. Interesting. I did not know that. Man, I really wish I had a cool last name so that they could name something like Blank Core. I guess like Tropicore is usually what we go for, but it would be funnier. Oh, give me band names, guys. Actually, pop punk band names related to uh my name, Tropical Stuck. Fuck yes, it sounds goaded. I do like referring to things as a tropicore. Tropicore is tough. Thank you. Yeah. People have referred to things as tropicore as well. Eh. Bleh. We are steadily climbing in the views. Wait, give me names for a pop punk band for myself. Drop some names. Very curious. Tropical Stuck can't be my band name too. I would have other bandmates. I'm Tropical Stuck. Uh, Tropic Vixens. I mean, that goes kind of hard, but I low-key want my band members to be male because I think that's kind of like fun. And also, I only know male bandmates that I could talk to. Tropic Thunder, I think that's already a thing. Tropical Stuck in the Minions. Uh, be fun if you had one of those crazy long names. I thought about that too, but it needs to be like three syllables. Or else, wait. Um, like Blondie, all male bandmates. Yeah, yeah. It's gotta be three syllables. Tropic Foxes? Tropic Foxes. Maybe. I'm also open to things that don't have to do with the tropics. Or like maybe wait vaguely allude to them, you know? Tropical and Friends. Tropical and Friends. Wait, Tropical and Friends. Uh, Tropic Foxes is kind of cool, but it's like one syllable off. And also maybe two two on the nose. I don't know. I don't know. 'Cause like when you think of like Paramore, Fallout Boy, I was gonna say Panic at the Disco, but they don't count. Um, who else? The ones that you can kind of just like it rolls off the tongue and you're like, oh, yeah, I know them. Oh yeah, MCR. That's another one. That's hard. Which one is hard? Does it have to be three syllables? Yeah, yeah. I kind of really want it to be three syllables. Well, it's to be MCR is an acronym. I wouldn't count it. I know, but you usually refer to them as because you don't really say My Chemical Romance. You say MCR. Also, I worry a bit about, because like, say, band, you know, I'm tropical stuck, and then it's tropic foxes, but it's me with like, realistically, I have two guitarists, a bassist, and a drummer. Although I could be the bassist myself, but that makes singing kind of harder because I would want to focus more on singing. Uh, it would be four people and myself, and then tropic foxes, because, and then I would be tropical stuck. I, mm, I don't know. Fox and the Hounds. I think that wouldn't show up very well in searches. Oh, that would be kind of fun. Actually, that goes kind of hard. Fox and the Hounds. Huh. I do kind of, I kind of like that. Maybe, I don't know, like Vixen and the Hounds. That'd be kind of funny. You're spitballing? Honestly, that was a really good one. Keep going, dude. I think Vixens is already a band, Real Gokinaru. But, yeah, I don't know. I think it's also fun to be a female bass player with an with the rest of the band being male. That's kind of sick. I like the visuals of that, you know? Seventh Vixen? Wait, a Vixen has appeared. That's funny. We're foxes are my favorite animals, so we're trying to come up with a band name for me. And someone in the YouTube chat brought up Fox and the Hounds, which I really liked. Someone else said Tropic Vixens, which was really good. Wait, Seventh Vixens, what happened to the other six? Summoned. Truly. You ate them? What? Why'd you eat them? Yes, gasp. Yeah, it'd be so cool if I had a. Man, should I change my name? Because Will Swan is such a good name. Ah, that's a really good name. Last name like Swan. Ugh, so cool. What brings you, Seventh Vixen, to our lovely chat this evening? And also, can you think of a band name for myself as a vocalist and four other guys that has something to do with foxes and or the tropics and is three syllables if you can. That's the puzzle for tonight. Fox and the Hounds or Tropic and the Hounds? Tropic, I feel like is too wordy. Tropic and the Hounds. I th- I think Fox and the Hounds also has like a cool visual that comes along with it. What are you up to, gang? I just found Val Kilmer is dead and my heart is destroyed. Don't know who that is. Am I that out of the zeitgeist? Oh, yes, I remember this story. Wait, you just found out? Well, oh, no, I know who it is. I remember hearing about this a few days ago. It was pretty shocking news. Wait. Oh, my stomach is growling. Lots of bad news. When I ate the prior vixens, there was not such a fuss. Not such fuss. You're funny, dude. Uh, yeah, no, that's pretty. I'm sorry. That's hitting pretty hard. Uh, I'm sure probably what was offsetting the pain of losing the other vixens was the fact that they were probably pretty delicious, you know? I could see that. I need to fix my posture. No one even redeemed their points. I just am. I need to do yoga or something. Ow. My upbringing was movies like Top Secret and Princess Bride. Bad year, yeah. No, I'm sorry. I've never actually seen Princess Bride. I know that's like sacrilege to say, but or not sacrilege. I guess technically sacrilege, but like blasphemous to say. But it's it's depressing. Yeah, I know. I should watch Princess Bride. I'm like horribly out of the zeitgeist. Yes, everyone drags me for it. I read classical philosophy. That's what I consider fun. Which is, well, we're not reading classical philosophy right now. We're reading really modern and very abstract philosophy that I more or less don't really agree with. Oh, I didn't show you guys my little guy. Wait, hold on. I'll be okay. I'll be right back. One sec. One sec. Vixen, you'll like this. Look at him. He's a little guy. He's got a little tie. I made it myself. The tie, at least. Uh, Here. Let's. Can we? Nah, he'll be out of frame. I'll have him on my shoulder like a Pokemon. Feel very silly with him on my shoulder. Uh, IDK, what are you about? But I studied philosophy at Barcelona College. Hey! I do know it's a well-standing college for that. Yes. Dude, go off. Yeah, no, we've been reading Nick Land. And he just went through. Oh, that's cute. Thank you. His name is Philippe, von Wittgenstein. But he's got a tie, so I occasionally call him a fantastic Mr. Fox. Because he kind of is, right? Oh, thank you for the follow. And I guess that went off twice for some reason. Wittgenstein, the number guy. Yes, I know him. Yes. We love Wittgenstein here. If you look at my Twitter, it's literally just like my bio says Wittgensteinian false prophet. I unironically really like Wittgenstein, especially like his little stories about him. Hot diggity. Of course. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Gotta name the little guy after Wittgenstein. Oh, oh. We can get really, really funny about this. Hold on one second. You guys can I place him in frame? Barely. Um, yeah, we can do this. Take a Fanged Noumena, prop him up a little bit. He'll stay here as I retrieve something. Hello. Oh, we're matching. Well, little Wittgenstein doesn't look so aggressive when close. He's not aggressive. Not in the slightest. Damn German names, they're hard. Yes. One of my admins got an entire video of me mispronouncing German names, and I will just literally, I don't, I know how to pronounce Wittgenstein, but yes. This is we're going full fox. Full vixen, if you will. I'll be the eighth one, but there will be no ninth one because I know seventh vixen you will 7, 8, 9. You'll eat the ninth, right? Very silly. Got some silliness going on. Oh yeah. When I did the career, they, for example, tell us you don't need to write Nietzsche. You can just write niche. Yes, very beautiful. Shut up, nerd. Yeah. Listen, Heidegger, Jörg Trakl, I don't know who else. Hegel, but everyone just says Hegel. Yeah, where you came to the correct stream. Welcome, Tiny Fox and Big Fox. Yes, got the little guy, and then we got me. Did you know that baby foxes are called kits with a T? So it'd be Vixen and Kit, which is kind of funny. Band idea. I wear fox ears for every performance, and no one says anything. So we've established we're philo nerds here. That's nice, but what's more? What's everything about? What are we doing here? So originally, if you look at the past couple streams, what are you doing here? Oh, now we're getting existential. Um, if you look at the past few streams, especially I think on YouTube, there's still like the entire playlist up. We were reading most of Fanged. I'm doing a video on Nick Land, but we usually discuss philosophy more so in the Discord server. If you really wanna like take a gander at that, but right now, we're just trying to finish up this book so that there's, I feel like once I finish the video and I post it, there's going to be a swarm of people that are like, "But you haven't even read Nick Land," blah, blah. Like, and it's just I would like to nip that in the bud. And also, Nick Land if a really if not a really uh occasionally articulate um writer and thinker. He is a very good sci-fi writer, though I often disagree with his premises. Um, but yeah, I think he's I don't want to say slept upon, but I think he's often extremely misunderstood by the very nature of no one really knows how to read classical philosophy or modern philosophy for that matter, because it's so obfuscated and difficult to parse. If you even look at like D&G, who he's heavily inspired by, so yeah, this is okay, man. You gotta get your balance up. Um, well, it's interesting for sure. I'm more interested in bringing philosophy to regular people more than circle jerk with my peers. I do not know at all this man you're talking about. Dem Automud, my friend. Hey, I got you. And I literally had an entire, apparently 40-minute rant about that exact thing yesterday. So we're on the same vibe. Uh, I can link it here with the time codes if you want to hear my extensive rant. Apparently I had a lot to say about Nick Land, and it's a 9 hour stream. No need to watch all 9 hours. At some point I just get kind of loopy, but the timestamps are there, and you can watch it at like 3 times speed and still get the general gist. Save yourself some time. But yeah, this stream was more so meant to be me recovering my voice from the 9 hour stream yesterday, and sort of talking with everyone occasionally. I didn't expect to go full Vixen mode, which is kind of silly. But you know, Snow Fox, Arctic Fox. We're both red foxes though, so it's kind of silly. Oh, thank you for the subscription. Uh, Man, I need to make sure that it's not doing it twice. That's kind of a well, this guy. No. Uh, Wait. Shocking. Which part is shocking? Oh wait, was that where was that? Huh? Oh yeah, that must have been yes, that was Stream Elements. That's interesting that it's doing that here now. Hmm. Ah, come back, buddy. Hmm. Ooh, now I'm confused. What setting did I change that made um hmm um wait, no, this is correct. Ah, I see. Hmm. My upstairs neighbors are making quite a loud thumping. Seventh Vixen, what did you say what the fuck anyway to you? Who just subbed to me? Oh, it was someone on YouTube. I'm dual streaming through OBS. Just passing through. Anything thrilling been going on tonight? We're thinking of a new band name. The name was Aranath something. It was Aranath Alakunt Alar. That was the name of the subscriber. But yeah, hey Tyler. We're coming up with a band name. The best one we have so far is Fox and the Hounds, followed by second place being Tropical Foxes, but it has to be a band name for me and then four other dudes. So, and also it can relate to either the tropics or foxes, and preferably three syllables. Yes, interesting. Fernando is doing its stuff. Fernando? Who's Fernando? Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna make a. Yeah, don't worry. Okay. I'll take your word for it, Seventh Vixen. Hmm. Oh no, Philippe. Okay. Hmm. Arctic Foxes is a band, says Warlight too. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. And also I like red foxes, as you might be able to tell. Got a little theme going on. So, the Vulpes, like the genus, I feel like it might be. It doesn't. The Vulpes, like the Marias. Wait, are either of the current contenders three syllables? No, they're not. So if you get one with three syllables, you might beat the others out. It can be three or four syllables, but preferably three. One of the greatest Spanish punk groups, the Volpes. Really? I'm throwing a word out there, Valkyrie, but I think that could be something. I think that's already a very well-known streamer, and one that I wouldn't want to step on the toes of. Yeah, from the 80s though. Oh, I see. Yeah, we're going for pop punk, so it's got to be something really cat like sticky, you know? Fox and the Hounds, I do. I think it's like it gives a little story to the name too, you know? I kind of like that. I feel very silly. Once I recover my voice, I'll do a singing stream. I promise. Once I get my voice back, I'll do a singing stream. Oh, Summon Vixen, thank you for joining the Discord. Thank you. I don't know if you can see this right now, but yeah. Hmm. I found out all the gist. I was scared at my shadow. What do you mean? Explain. Also, thank you for joining the Discord. I don't know if you saw that, but appreciate it. Hopefully, we can talk about philosophy because it's all we actually talk about. It's kind of it's a little bit of a nerd zone. Don't worry. Anyway, how long are you gonna be around today? Technically, I was supposed to finish streaming. Kind of important because it's 7 a. It's like 7 a.m. here. Does that mean that you can watch longer? Or you don't have much time. You're here because IDK. I mean, I'm here and because I need to recover my voice. I'm not going to be saying terribly much unless it is to talk about possible band names for my pop punk band, which I had a lot of meetings this week that were pretty good, and I'd say went pretty well. So we might be holding auditions for members. So I'm pretty excited for that. Um, but your brain is far too tired at the moment to ponder good band names, but you'll give it back to me if you think of anything. You love raccoons though. I thought you liked badgers, real Kokinaru. You say IDK like you don't know what IDK means. Um, because it's watching streams in the morning. I don't know. Or wait, did you want to hear more of the book? I guess we could go to the next chapter. I decay. I like that one. I decay. Like boiled eyelash instead of Billie Eilish. Um, let me. Okay, so I'm gonna. I'll let you guys cook on the. Wait, I can do a Q&A, can't I? Can't I? This prince is not from this world. Who are you referring to? Oh, that's kind of. Oh, I read that when I was younger. Well, I read it in French. Le Petit Prince. Hmm. That's a sweet memory, actually. Oh yeah, I was fixing the graphic that I made for text to speech because you can barely read it. It's really sad. Uh, Philippe. No. French is the way to read it, I guess. It it's for me that book has a lot of truth in it. Go on that. Explain. Well, while the famous philosophers talk about knowledge, all the modern ones especially, in Little Prince, we found that what is important from an emotional standpoint, I doubt there is nothing better than that. I do agree. I haven't read it in a really long time, but I have very fond memories of it. And there was an exhibit when I was in Montreal, all about Le Petit Prince. There's something very just sweet and just like deeply human, despite the nature of the book itself. Um, about Le Petit Prince, cause I don't know. Yeah, because philosophy gets into the abstract. It's the over intellectualization, etc., etc. Maybe you should. The essential is invisible to the eye. 'Tis true. No true words have been said, except when they have. OBS. Maybe it's just age. I don't come back to Plato to wonder about the most essential things about life. The little truth scattered in the little prince come to me as eternal. It is true. I think Plato gives you more so the. Sorry, 1 second. Wow, there we go. Quite large text. Hmm. Sure, that stays there. No, no. Uh, actually, maybe it goes up here. Yeah, that works. No. Yeah, I mean, occasionally I return to Plato just because I feel like it's refreshing to go back to something a little bit more grounding in philosophy, but Argomedia font? No, it's cyberpunk. It's cyber gothic neoclassical, I'll have you know. Just like we have tropical stuck down here. And hey, at least you can see it now. Less confusing, right? Right? True? Yes, I knew it. And it's very visible. You can read this quite easily, right? No, Felipe. What if I can't read though? I know you can read. I know you're literate. Don't lie to me, Wormy. I know you too well. I know you too well. In fact, okay, speaking of reading, I think we gotta return to this guy, and I'm gonna do a little bit more editing. If you guys feel like interrupting, you know how to do that now. But what if you can't? I know that Wormy can read. Wormy is a known reader, a known literate. But with that, let us continue, and I save more of my voice so that I can have it back. Spirit and Teeth is our next work. Actually, a known non-reader. You're a known illiterate? Really? I find that difficult to believe, Worm, dearest Worm. You think that I'm, uh, naive? Think that I'm foolish, perhaps, but not. This is not the case. The last book I read was The Hungry Caterpillar. See, you can read then. You just disproved your own point. Naughty, naughty. Hmm. Um. Okay. So we've got text to speech in case you guys want to interrupt. I'm gonna keep. Huh? Well, read. Well, by read I mean looked at the awesome visual. Obviously, listen. It is an awesome visual, but you said read. So, I think you just proved your own point. Hey, I'm just here with the facts. You said what you said, it's on the screen. We can't hide such things from the public. What's the saying? Once it's out from the internet, it's eternal. Posture check, but Philippe will fall. Here, he has to go on my head then. I have good paw. No, he's fine. He's fine. You will go on my laptop though. Posture check, okay. Hey, do you want to redeem hydrate or dihydrate so that I can go grab some water? Because I might be in need of that right now. Just a bit. Excuse me. Yes, thank you. Okay, I will return shortly. Um, thank you, Army. Thank you. Um, Hydrate Twin. Appreciate you. I'm going to hydrate or dehydrate then. And I have coffee here, but it means I get to grab food. Hee hee, which I'm very excited about. And in the meantime, I'll leave the book playing and you guys can do that. And also think of band names for me because I do actually really want that. Fox and the Hounds is really good. So is Tropic Foxes, obviously, but Fox and the Hounds has like a little bit of a story to it. I don't know. It just like it sticks, you know? So let me put back on the lovely audiobook so I can save my voice.
Spirit and Teeth. A preliminary post-mortem. Spirit, guys, is stigmatized by multiple deconstructibility as a substantialization of Dasein, an antonym of matter, a correlate of phonic lucidity, or a token of reflexivity, self-presence, pure intelligibility, spontaneity, etc. In the course of its recent history, this word has been inflated by Hegel into the cosmic medium of transaction, superheated lubricant of global eventuation, and then trafficked to the edge of worthlessness by the culture succeeding him, before finally succumbing to an irreparable marginalization by the scientific advances of experimental and behavioral psychology, neurology, neuroanatomy, cognitive science, cybernetics, artificial intelligence, until it becomes a sentimentalism, a vague peripheralized metaphor, a joke, a cheap target, one might think. There are those who remain loyal enough to the canonical discourses of Western philosophy to argue that logocentrism is secreted in the implementary terminology of information, digitality, program, software, and control. But as for spirit, that can only be parody or nostalgia. Who could still use such a word without humor or disdain? Spirit is less a misleading or dangerous word than a ridiculous one, a coelacanth of a word. Yet it persists, the mark of a clownish incompetence at death. Such incompetence has its doctrine, rituals, and liturgy, its orthodoxies and heresies. It is the entire and prolonged refusal of the impersonal, summarizable as phenomenology. Whether High Church, Hegel, or Low Church, Husserl, phenomenology is the definitive ideology of propriety, systematically employing the interrogative mode in order to distill out everything for which proper subjectivity cannot claim responsibility,
Hello.
thus entrenching the humanistic dimension of Western philosophy ever more rigidly. This entire current gradually compiles an attempt at proof of the impossibility of death,
Spitting straight
an
words.
ontological conflation of
It's so
access to
chill.
reality
Looking
and
down.
ownership, Psyche, cogito, Selbstheit, Eigenschlickheit, Gemeinigkeit, a perpetually reformulated spiritualism. Socrates, Descartes, Husserl, all shallow, all egoists, all pressing further into the flatlands of the profane.
It's interesting that
This
you
is
call
why
them
they are so well
egoists.
placed to profit from the death of God, an event in which they had taken no part. On the contrary, the obsessional egotism of theism had always appealed to them. Phenomenology is a programmatic denial, reduction to the personal, of exteriority, which, after becoming a quasi-solipsistic knee-jerk of self-assertion, wonders with genuine naivety why alterity has come to pose such problems. If spirit largely
The thing is that, I think it is AI. The fact that I can't tell worries me. And honestly, it might be AI. Hmm. Well, that's where. Actually, no, it can't be AI because Philippe is spitting straight bars. Remember? Philippe, look, he's speaking right to the microphone from this angle. Get the point.
disappears between Hegel and Husserl, it is because, compared to the transcendental ego, it seems a little too complicit with the outside. Unlike Heidegger and Derrida, I see no advance, recovery, or sophistication taking place in the Husserlian reading of Kant. The phenomenological reduction of appearance, Erscheinung, to evidential Schien, is a dogmatic decision which defangs the tentative skepticism of the critical philosophy, taking it even further from the deep epoche of unknowing. The vast abrupt, discovered confusedly by Pyrrho and Ellis, the repressed and monotheistic civilization. Husserlian suspension or bracketing is not Pyrrhonian, but Socratic. A reservation of judgment that is subordinated to apodicticity, to knowing what one knows, even if nothing else, to doubting as a power of the subject. Epoche, chaos, all night, death. However it, she, is named. The way there is not our doing. Suspension is to be discovered, not performed. So what is to be thought of a différance that radicalizes, deconstructs, or subverts the suspension thus crushed under a phenomenological dogmatics? What is it that would take us this way, if not that which appears, in Kant's sense, not Husserl's, as the humanistic pretension, the spirit of representation or philosophizing? Such suspension is, of course, a detour, an avoidance, but scarcely an inevitable one. On the contrary, it is peculiarly deliberated, meticulously valorizing a specific philosophical tendency, passing through Husserl, effacing another, the Schopenhauerian fork of post-Kantianism, and painstakingly transferring signs from the latter to the former. Nietzsche read through Heidegger. Section 7 of Sein und Zeit is exemplary here, with its insistence upon an evidential reading of phenomenality, thereby dismissing the entire problematic of Nietzsche's thinking in a single casual gesture. What sense to the insistent theme of fiction in Nietzsche's writings after such a move has been made? What sense to enigma? We always already have the meaning of being built into the structure of existence, Heidegger suggests. It is merely that we do not yet know what we know. Questioning is remembering. Socrates matters. We do not know yet, and not yet that can be dilated corrosively, frustrating the end of metaphysics, interminably deferring truth. Yawns become scarcely controllable. Does it matter what we know or will never know? Let us not forget that philosophy is also primate psychology, that our loftiest speculations are merely picking through a minuscule region of the variegated slime encrusting a speck of dust. An obsessional concern for such insignificances is a tasteless parochialism. What matters is the Please do the Lovecraft reading, Wittgenstein. Terrible assumption. The terrible assumption that numbers will become known to the human knowledge, fall flat when those numbers start behaving in strange ways. It started slow, but one day the number 7 was just eating at your brain. It was too late to know, even though technically he was from like New England. That's really funny. That would be a good little writing prompt there. I would take that. I would take up that mantle. Let me go to the correct page. But a well-spoken chap, this fox is. Yes, truly. Except he's reading land, so we won't. He's reading what's on the page. We won't attribute these to his actual ideals. How about that? Is the unknown, that scapographic matrix echoed spectrally by the negative prefix, sprawled in immense indifference to all our yets. Beyond the anthropoid gesticulations of knowing, suspension is not differentiable from death, and death, one's death, as we so ludicrously say. AI is not meant to read philosophy. He is a dummy. The AI is a dummy? Yes. Yes. Does not belong to an order that can be delayed. Has our Socrates. Alas, if you go through the past 9 hours, it's just me yapping and reading philosophy. I'm affording myself. Excuse me. He doesn't know up from down. No, he does not. And he may never. Well, this in the future. But, right now, he takes my place um, as I heal my voice instead of continue to suffer and then cannot sing and have a worse weekend because of it. I'm feeling very fluffed up, I'm gonna be honest. He never, he'll never sad clown. He's happy though. He'll never know pain. Are you referring to Philippe or the AI? The AI will never know anything, perhaps. Criticism reached such a pinnacle of profanity that we really imagined she would wait for us. As I continue to study this text, elsewhere, with a more decent patience, I hope one day to be able, beyond what a conference permits me today, to render it justice in also analyzing its motion, its mode, or its status, if it has one, its relation to philosophical discourse, to hermeneutics or poetics, but still what it says of Geschlecht, the word Geschlecht, and also of place, value, as of animality. For the moment, non I follow solely the passage of spirit.
May I just take issue with the amount of times that Land just automatically inserts just random words of a different language, like "ocht" or l'instant. Like, it's not necessary, man. You can't sit because the microphone right now. Or you can, kind of, sorry. Deep is in the way. Like, it doesn't make you seem more well educated, monsieur. Euh, Vous pouvez parler en français, mais tu dis en fait juste des mots. Ça me dit rien. Philippe, tu restes ici avec moi. And I'm going to eat graham crackers. I should gamble my entire checking account right now. You should not. What? No. Don't do that. It is stated knowing many languages makes you more intelligent. Yes, but flexing it in such a way shows a bit of, let's say, lack of intelligence. At least a lack of taste. And some calm shit. Listen, you just need to study for your exams, do well, which you will, and you're gonna be fine. Actually, I can't eat if you're here. If only there was a better place to put you. AI doesn't know about taste. Well, this is Nick Land's writing, and you can see it right here. This is Fanged Noumena, Puritan Teeth, written in his overly British accent, even though the AI is not passing that in the slightest. Oh fuck, I forgot I have a final what to name. Dude, study! What are you doing? We can do this. We can make this work. Yes. Yes. Beautiful. You should go study then. Hasta la vista, everyone. Bye bye. Thank you for staying so long. Please study though, and also do well on your exam. I know you will, but I'm wishing you extra luck. Is that you to my graham crackers? That might be my stomach, I don't know.
Jacques Derrida, de l'esprit, Heidegger et la question. These are the words of a man who is confident he will survive for some considerable time. There is no discernible urge.
Well, but you know, historically in philosophy we use X words in different languages that are more appropriate to hold the meaning. Like Vernunft. I can't pronounce German for the life of me. But I mean, the thing is that land follows either precedes the separate language with the translation or immediately follows it with the translation. And it's usually something that, like, l'instant, for the moment, pour l'instant, is like a direct translation. You don't need that. I don't know. I find it once again just academic posturing. And I find it so tasteless.
Here, far less abruptness, desperation, or any of the raw intensities of haste. Indeed, there is the now familiar rhetoric of close reading, the simultaneous performance and prescription of painstaking care, deliberation, conscientiousness, and reverential textual devotion, A certain intricately intertextual discussion of spirit unfolds at a languorous pace, inspired by uninterrogated principles of decency and justice. Everything is mediated by elucidations, re-elucidations, elucidations of previous elucidations, conducted with meticulous courtesy, but never inattentive to the complicity of the concept of elucidation with the history of metaphysics, from Plato to the previous paragraph of De l'Esprit. Author is not to be hurried into premature pronouncements on matters of such seriousness as philosophical discourse, hermeneutics, or poetics, nor is he prepared to descend into such overenthusiastic crudity as examining more than one of Heidegger's words in a single book. Last of all, as it has so often tended to be, comes a promise to take seriously the problem of animality, which, God and such like spiritual primordialities being
How
willing,
could you say such a
should
thing?
come to be written one day. It is probably relatively uncontroversial to conclude from all this that
Wittgenstein
Derrida is not a werewolf.
is
Werewolves are
fantastic.
dissipated within a Homo
And if
lupus
you
spiral
have not
that
noticed his
distances them
excerpt of
utterly from all concern for
continuity,
decency or justice.
then
Their feral physiologies
I
are
could
mostly
see why you would
adapted
call him a
to the
douche
oppressive
because
states conducive
anyone
to
that would
ethical
know
earnestness.
such a thing about
Instead,
him
they
would
are
know that he's
propelled
not
by
a douche.
extremities of divisional tension, which fragment their movements, break up their tracks with jagged discontinuities, and infest their nerves with a burning malaise, so that each gesture is baked in a kiln of ferocity. Creatures of epidemic rather than hermeneutics, werewolves
Most
tend to
people
be
that
very
like
cruel,
Wittgenstein,
but then they
and
don't
there's
live as
me,
long
just
as
saying.
deconstructionists.
Most people don't like
The
Wittgenstein.
luxury of delaying the problem of animality
I
is
find
not
myself
open to them.
in a minority
On
here,
page
but I will
141
defend
of
him.
De l'Esprit, Derrida apologizes for a very moderate instance of textual impoliteness that he describes as precipitating in an indecent fashion. In this thought of indecent precipitation, he comes closer to the dominant impulse of Treckel's poetry than at any other point in the book. Closer to, it could be argued, than Heidegger ever gets. An evasion that is perhaps constitutive of hermeneutical decency is exemplified when, by taking one's time over interpreting Treckel's poetry, one avoids succumbing to the pestilence it communicates. Treckel's writings are lycanthropic vectors of impatience, of twitch disease, because they are the virulent relics of an indecent precipitation, an abortion, a meteorite impact. Treckel took very little time over anything. Surviving as he did to the age of 27, he had very little time to
27
take.
Club Trackle.
Treckel confesses to his lycanthropy in the first version of Passion, the unavowed version, where he writes that 2 wolves in the sinister wood, we mixed our blood in a stony embrace, and the stars of our race fell upon us. The word race in this translation precipitates the sense of Geschlecht in an indecent fashion. In the complete absence of hermeneutical conscientiousness, it is epidemiological factors alone which compel this. To become a werewolf, one must be bitten by another werewolf, and in Treckel's case, it seems this was Rimbaud, who wrote, "It is quite evident to me that I have always been of an inferior race, and I am not able to comprehend revolt. My race never stirs itself except for pillage. Like wolves at the beast, they have not killed." To be a werewolf is to be inferior by the most basic criteria.
It's like, why, why say that the word has a translation and then is precipitates another thing, Gaelish, in a different. Yeah, see, this is the. And I'm pretty sure this is also, if I remember correctly, this is also in. There's a rewritten portion of Nick Land's PhD thesis on Heidegger's thoughts on Jörg Trächel, uh, who was the young poet that died at 27 due to an overdose, I believe. I don't remember. Chronically depressed. Very sad story. But once again during an era in which there was a bit of a superiority uh, going about. You know, Heidegger the prominent party in Germany at the time, where he was quite high up in it and was given pretty good position. Um, yeah, but alas, that is what this it. I believe I remember this from Land's PhD thesis, which is published in 1986, despite this piece probably coming out in 1992. I want to say. I do not remember off the top of my head, but yeah, republishing essentially. Because why not? You wrote a dissertation, sure. Reuse it. Make it slightly less tolerable because the literal dissertation was more tolerable than the other reference to the dissertation whatever it was fucking called. It was called uh Heidegger's 1953 Tackle Interpretation, and it was published in 1990. Excuse me. Spirit and Teeth is published in 1993. Um, yeah, it's just why, man. You wrote your dissertation on it, revisiting it. To be fair, the way that he condenses it in Fanged Noumena is so absurdly obfuscating of the point, only to have the world's most lukewarm take. And it's just like interpretations upon interpretations, and it reminds me of like, you know that that saying Xerox of a Xerox. That's what that felt like reading. It just felt like eating what one might like smelling. That's what that essay felt like. That's a problem that doesn't exist. I mean, in real life, but I don't think that the space for philosophy doesn't exist if it is not a space that common humans understand. I personally worked in politics, for example. I tried to take a point of view, a neutral philosophical point of view about humanity's survival, always prevalent. You have to say it in common words always, not with fancy French or German words for sure. You can, so if you look at my Substack, actually, I have a small article on Chomsky in which he completely, absolutely fucking destroys Zizek, Descartes, Foucault, D&G, I believe, as well. And it's just like, once again, if you had an interesting thing to say, you would do so in a distinct manner. And Chomsky's a linguist, you know? So, of course, it comes to him quite naturally. But if you sort of do this thing of like obfuscating your words and for language or metaphors, and it's not actually building up to any sort of metaphor that would lead you to a point more simply, then you are just doing something that reads of insecure writing. Or sorry, not reads, it reeks of insecure writing. That is my opinion. So yeah, that's all I've really garnered from some early some early Landian writings. Of course, he becomes a lot more succinct in later works, but you know, D&G had a huge influence on him, we'll say. Yeah, but it's like working on your field. That's the reason they do it. It doesn't mean that it's excusable, and it's been called out before. It's just like Malthus had an extremely hot take and used very few words to get to said point. Uh, Kant had very interesting and poignant thoughts on on perpetual peace. Is extremely succinct and once again an extremely like I don't even want to say inventive. I guess for the time inventive of like an entirely new way in which we perceived global politics. And it's just like the use of articulation, the use of articulate. No, that's not it. The use of words that are precise is so terribly important to philosophy. To purposely obfuscate it is to obfuscate the study of knowledge, which is to what end? You know, you are gatekeeping this one thing that anyone should be able to use. And I think we agreed on this point earlier, but it's just it rubs me so wrong. Yeah. Anyway, we continue.
Civilization. Not only is the discipline of political responsibility alien to them, so is the entire history of work in which such discipline is embedded. Rimbaud remarks, starkly enough, I have a horror of all trades. In general, it can be said that this race is marked by a profound spiritual inferiority. Compared to the piety, morality, and industriousness of its superiors, it exhibits only laziness, disobedience, and an abnormally unsuccessful repression of all those traits of the unconscious which Freud describes as resistant to education, and among which there is nothing remotely associated with either decency or justice. I have never been of this people. I have never been a Christian. I am of the race who sings under torture. I do not understand the laws. I am a brute. Such is Trekkel's accursed race, as well as Rimbaud's, communicating its dirty blood in wilderness spaces of barbarian inarticulacy. Eternally aborting the prospect of a transcendental subjectivity, the inferior ones are never captured by contractual reciprocity, or by its attendant moral universalism. They are no more employable than they are psychoanalyzable, oblivious to both legality and incentive. Incapable of making promises, even to themselves, they are excluded from every possibility of salvation. The craving for such pagan regressions is unspeakable. It is only with the greatest strictness that the superior ones repress the violent drives which lure them into inferior becomings. Becoming female, black, irresponsible and nomadic, becoming an animal, a plant, a death spasm of the sun.
Dude, I hate land. Ugh, nasty. The thing is that his obsession with hierarchy is so hilarious, considering the fact that if it were down to it, he is once again the sort of Nietzschean absence of an Ubermensch that thinks that he is. But alas, if I say such hot takes. If hierarchy were not to suit him, whatever shall he do? He of course proved it with his intellect. What would that mean in the modern world? Fuck this guy.
In its final phase, the Austro-Hungarian Empire became a machine for the generation of Homo lupic becomings, brewing intense trajectories of regression among the Slavic races of the Balkans and Carpathians, translating them into German, and then condensing them under the pressure of exacerbated repression in the Viennese culture core. What exploded in the hysterias of Freud's patients was an irresistible volcanism of becoming inferior, whose petrified lava flows mapped out the regressive character of the drive. The migrant blocks of tension summarized in the Freudian unconscious are much less a matter of Oedipus than of the Mongols, of those who feed the world of spirits to their horses, as they inundate civilization like a flood. If the unconscious is structured like a language, it is only because language has the pattern of a plague. Among Trakkel's writings are two war poems, and perhaps only two. One is Krodek, named after the battlefield upon which the Austro-Hungarian army suffered a major defeat in the early stages of the conflict, and is perhaps the most widely known of Trakkel's writings. It is this poem that includes the lines so important to both Heidegger and Derrida, concerning the hot flame of spirit. The other is titled In the East, and sketches the same libidinal figure in the First World War as Freud's writings of the two ensuing decades. The figure traces the displacement of impersonal primary process aggression against the self-God-city complex, against civilization, onto the far more restrained axis of armed competition between nations. War sublimates the lycanthropic death wave in the same way a dream sublimates unavowable desire, allowing something to remain asleep. In this sense, In the East is the undoing of a war poem, and has the nightmare quality associated with something peeled back, such as the disintegration of flesh from a skull, or the opening of a corpse to reveal an obscenely teeming mass. This moment of violent disillusionment is starkly outlined in the poem Confiture. And as the masks fall from each thing, I see only anxiety, despair, ignominy, and epidemic. The tragedy of humanity has no heroes, a vile piece, played out on graves and corpses. The second stanza in the East ends with the spirits of the stricken, of the Erschlagen, close perhaps to a Geschlecht, sighing among the shadows of autumnal ashes. And, to this point, In the East might still be a war poem. It would still be possible for the ego to savor these stanzas for the sublimation trap they lay for impersonal thanatropisms, offering up the victims of inhibited conflicts as a mournful dream image. The third and final stanza, however, is something quite different.
Oh my God. You been reading Lovecraft? Honestly, Lovecraft is, if you can stomach the rampant racism that he uses to describe every single sort of suspicious character and or villain, aside from the classism, I do genuinely like um, the way that he articulates that sort of disgusting, like, dread, the same way that Stephen King might. Anxiety, despair, the tragedy of humanity has no heroes. Glad to see that I came back on a positive note. You missed the part where he was talking about the bodies decaying in the war. Yeah, well, I try to ignore his racism. I've not read that. I'm not reading that much lately. It's it's like kind of every villain. I don't know what to tell you. It makes it kind of purposely very obvious what his stances are. Like to the point that even the CCRU just like distance themselves from Lovecraft's writing. Excuse me. Lovecraft's writings because they're just like this guy is too much even for us. Despite you know the lovely phrasing here of what was it? It is only the with the greatest strictness that the superior one represses the violent drives which lure them into inferior becomings, becoming female, black, irresponsible, and nomadic, becoming an animal, a plant, a death spasm of the sun. Like, man, shut the fuck up. But yeah, I think Lovecraft's racism is integral to his work. In fact, it is kind of a sticking point in everything that you read. But needless to say, it did spawn a lot of very interesting art from it. Because, you know, to have a man that fearful, I think it breeds a curiosity. No, I did not mean to say that in an accent, actually. Whoops. But more accents, whatever. Well, Schopenhauer, you know. Listen, Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer. We talked about Schopenhauer yesterday, actually, especially on women. Like, if anyone genuinely, I think my words were, if anyone enjoys Schopenhauer genuinely, I get it. You need a hug. I don't want to hug you, though. I really don't. You probably smell terrible. But yeah, that's my thoughts on people, Schopenhauerians. I don't know. The thing is that all of the references that Land loves to reference, all the names he loves to drop are often the most hierarchical, inegalitarian motherfuckers in philosophy. And it shows in his later works when he actually is more articulate, unfortunately, um, just what his thoughts are on um, hierarchy and authority. So, yeah, it is, it is what it is. That's the thing, all this neutral, very elaborate, high thinking about humanity. This AI reading just remembers me too, not at all the highest thinking for sure. Has no soul. You're harping on the AI of it all, and I agree with you there, but I, it's not it will not be a recurring theme. It's literally just because I'm recovering from a cold. Um, but if you can stomach it this time, until I get my voice back at least, I will read actual philosophy with my own voice soon. But for now, just I'm gonna work on my video on Nickland and continue forward, and we can stomach this atrocity for now. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, hmm, complain about AI. Oh, yeah, this has to be a chilly stream for me because I need my voice back.
Thorny wilderness girdles the city. From bloody steps the moon hunts terrified women. Wild wolves break through the gate. The wild, the basis of a noun in the first line of the stanza, returns as an adjective at its last. An indeterminate multiplicity of wolves effect a rupture in the boundary of the city, transmitting its positive exteriority into its kernel. No longer interpretable as politics, as a war between cities, states, or other civilized totalities, the violence of the East relapses into an unrestrained movement of erosion. Blood, the moon, and women are coagulated by an intense menstrual seism, which shatters the proper difference between life and death, integrity and dissolution, periodicity and shock. What Trackle in Grodek names the forgotten blood recovers its sacred sense in the regression that transmutes the politico-ethically impregnated blood of the dying soldier into savage, categorically oblivious flow. Wild matter is untouched by its difference from spirit, insofar as this is supposed to depend upon a logical disjunction. The pseudo-interiorities of the city are no less permeable to it than the uncultivated spaces marked out by the civilized ones for its exile. The bloody steppes, Stufen, of in the east, are only one variant among the many found in Trackle's writings. Steppes of madness, mossy steppes, ruined steppes, the steppes of the wood. It is a language of gradation, degree, Abstufung, not quantity as opposed to quality, nor the difference of the two, but heterogeneous strata of intensity, which, like the scales of the chaos theorists, involve irresolvable complexity, diversity, indefinite protractability in both directions, the default of absolute thresholds, an economics of incommensurability, and a compulsively recurrent abortion of the concept. Essence is preempted by an irresolvable excess of detail, in the same eruptive gesture that lethally infects transcendence with the return of excitatory complexity. The great simplicities of culture, identity, equality, absoluteness, abstraction, are imminently subverted by the pathological mass of unsublatable ingredients. There is no concept of particularity that is not theological.
Of course you don't know, you philosophic weirdo. I mean, I mean, no disrespect. One thinks he's um most strange in life. Um, one thinks he is most strange in the most strange thing in life was studying philosophy, but later one discovers autism and all the fuzz. I'm gonna smoke a cigar and go to sleep. I guess. To sleep. I guess is late enough. Real and true. Honestly, this was a meant to be a stream in which I do more editing. Um, and alas, I have strayed from my purpose. Because I keep getting distracted. Mostly because I'm turning the page at the right time, and also I forgot that it's got striking imagery. And that much can be said. At what cost? I don't know. I don't know. I love my literature. I love my just no matter how much I might dislike the message behind it. You're probably awesome. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Alas, we trudge forward. With Philippe here guiding us.
aligned with the phantasm of a transcendent spirit that stands disjoined from the ineliminable materiality of all spiritualization processes. To steal Nietzsche's term, that matter is volatilized to different degrees of spiritualization is not in the least dependent upon spiritual causalities of any kind. Between the wilderness and the polis is a wilderness history, a genealogy, and not political history. Progression is not an undoing of the city's work, but a recurrence of impersonal creativity. More precisely, the work of the city has never been anything but a mendacious retranscription of the real metamorphoses which re-emerge in lycanthropic becomings. Inferiority is not any kind of lack or impoverishment, but a positive libidinal charge potentiating spiritualizations. Anything that slumbers in the sterility of pseudo-absoluteness is right to fear the inferior ones, and the powerful regressions that wash away the ramparts, damming up intensive sequences. The accursed race, living like beasts, whose veins are inflamed by a cosmic menstruation, have never entered into the great project of civilization, which begins with the use of fire to keep the wild animals at bay. Instead, they leave a scorched and blackened trail in their wake, as they irresponsibly protract the trajectory of animality. In their hands, fire itself loses itself, becoming dirty, epidemic, and aggressive. Not for them the humanizing, nucleating fire, the hearth, the protective and nutrifying glow, a focus embracing difference within itself, the fire of the familial and the familiar. The fire of the inferior ones is the dissolvent blaze which spreads uncontrollably, combusting the gloomy architectures of transcendence in the mad truth of exteriority. It is the fire of waste, dissipation, dehumanization, of a deeper and harsher fertility than can be comprehended by the industry of man. This lupine fire, the apolitical element in war, literature, psychosis, and catastrophe, makes space for the impersonal propagations of the wilderness. An abrupt question. Was Trackle a Christian? Yes, of course. At times he becomes a Christian, among a general confusion of becomings. Becoming an animal, becoming a virus, becoming inorganic. Just as he was also an antichrist, a poet, a pharmacist, an alcoholic, a drug addict, a psychotic, a leper, a suicide, an incestuous cannibal, a necrophiliac, a rodent, a vampire, and a werewolf. Treckle's texts are scrawled over by redemptionist monotheism, just as they are stained by narcotic fluidities, gnawed by rats, freighted by Russian artillery, charred and pitted by astronomical debris. Treckle was a Christian and an atheist, and also a Satanist, when he wasn't simply undead, or in some other way inhuman. It is perhaps more precise to say that Treckle never existed, except as a battlefield, a reservoir of disease, the graveyard of a deconsecrated church, as something expiring from a massive cocaine overdose on the floor of a military hospital, cheated of lucidity by the searing onslaught of base difference. Part 2. Rats. Henrik Ibsen knew some things about rats, they who are hated and persecuted of men. The fact of an alliance between rats and desire was evident to him, and when the rat wife of little Eyolf is asked where her beloved is, she answers, down among all the rats. How deftly he indicates the registration of the rats upon the edible claustrophobia of the bourgeois household. Rat wife, curtsies at the door. Begging your most humble pardon, ladies and gentlemen, but have you anything gnawing at this house? Almas, have we? No, I don't think so. Rat wife, because if you had, I'd be glad to help you get rid of it. Rita, yes, yes, we understand, but we don't have anything of that kind. How desperate they are not to believe it. Rats don't belong here. This is the inside, purity, civilization, philosophy. We don't want to know anything of that kind. Reading is not one thing. It is always possible to construe the movement between strata, plates, terraces, in spiritual terms. A matter of simulacrum, representation, metaphor, commentary, and interpretation. God is like and unlike a man, who is like and unlike an animal, which is like and unlike inorganic matter. This is an architecture of superterrestrial transitions, transcendental difference, absolute verticality, gulfs of essence, logicized, infinitized, purifying disjunction. There is not one alternative to such a schema, but a recklessly proliferated multiplicity of alternatives, complex sponge spaces rotted by lines of insinuation. There is always a dimension of immanence, a burrow, a thread, a path for contagion. The stories of a house lend themselves to social stratification, and thus to philosophical and theological metaphor. The basement representing the place of the servants, and animality, the unconscious. What is repressed in this case is not the basement itself. Hell is not repressed, but exhibited. But the hollow walls, the drainpipe outside, the arterial system of tubes, ducts, and vents, everything that facilitates the corruption of vertically articulated space by the quasi-horizontality of an insidious dimension. Laws, revelations, and prayers, or at a lower level, commands, messages, and reports, seem to establish the defined relations between strata that are identical with justice. The words of God pass down from level to level, determinately mediated at each stage. Inherent to such spatiality is its subversion, a more basic and complex order of distances, because heaven is not without its rat holes, its sewage system, an entire impersonal architecture characterized by porous heterogeneity. It seems likely that God would insist upon air conditioning and a dumbwaiter. Irrespective of his celestial visage, Yahweh still has right bats at his ass. Neither Heidegger nor Derrida have any time for Treckel's rats, but that doesn't stop them swarming everywhere, exaggerating the lycanthropic power of infiltration. It must be admitted, the rats are not very spiritual, but if there is a site, Ort, that focuses Treckel's poetry, why is it not the courtyard that Treckel repeatedly populates with rats? Are not the rats, as a positive anti-historicism, crucial to Treckel's poetic force? Why does Heidegger never mention Treckel's superb poem, The Rats, a text that functions as a vermin core for an entire pattern of infestation? Perhaps it is because difference becomes unacceptable when it moves fast and unpredictably, hissing at humanity through plague-smeared teeth. It is certainly not because the rats are indiscernible. Despite their unlocalizable fluidity, they shriek, whistle, bicker, rummage, and romp. When the rats erupt into dream and derangement, for instance, which is perhaps Trakell's most shattering and lycanthropic poem, they are not merely glimpsed, far less ignored or exterminated, but encouraged by the poem's central character, who feeds them in a gesture of beautiful treachery against mankind. Not that it is population alone that gives them special privilege. Ravens are equally prevalent within Trakell's writings, and also have a poem of their own, whilst toads and bats are to be found in incredible numbers. It is the rat's hideous talent for decomposing interiorities that advantages them, opening the incest-rotted house of the father, and with it the most intensely charged recesses of Trakell's writing, to the depredations of feral alterity. Despite his humanistic prejudices, Hans Zinser, in his book Rats, Lice, and History, has written delightfully about the rats. He remarks, "It is a curious fact that long before there could have been any knowledge concerning the dangerous character of rodents as carriers of disease, mankind dreaded and pursued these animals. Sticker has collected a great many references to this subject from ancient to medieval literature, and has found much evidence in the folklore of medieval Europe, which points to the vague recognition of some connection between plague and rats. In ancient Palestine, the Jews considered all 7 mouse varieties, akbar, unclean, and as unsuited for human nourishment as were pigs. The worshippers of Zoroaster hated water rats, and believed that the killing of rats was a service to God. It is also significant that Apollo Smintheus, the god who was supposed to protect against disease."
If you're asking if this is an allegory, yes. I don't think Landa likes writing about rats as animals that much. I don't really think he has a very robust knowledge of their biology, one might say. So, yes, I would say this as more an allegory, one might assume. Excuse me.
Also spoken of as the killer of mice, and St. Gertrude was besought by the bishops of the early Catholic Church to protect against plague in mice. The year 1498, Sticker tells us, was a severe plague year in Germany, and there were so many rats in Frankfurt that an attendant was stationed for several hours each day on a bridge in the town, and directed to pay a pfennig for every rat brought in. The attendant cut off the tail of the rat, probably as a primitive method of accounting, and threw the bodies into the river. Heine, according to Sticker, speaks of a tax levied on the Jews of Frankfurt in the 15th century, which consisted of the annual delivery of 5,000 rat tails. Folklore originating in a number of different parts of Europe during the Great Plague epidemics mentions cats and dogs, the hereditary enemies of rats and mice, as guardians against plague. There is enormous power to the dynamic hierarchy of vectors mobilized by the rats. It combines the insidious subtlety of liquids with the concentrated displacement of compact solids, saturation with jumps, Rats carry fleas which bear diseases, augmenting the fluid dissemination of plagues with a ferociously discontinuous transmission. To quote Zinsser again, studies made within the last few years seem to indicate that the virus of the Mexican-American type of typhus fever, as well as of the endemic variety in the Mediterranean basin, is highly adapted to rodents and is carried in these animals, rats, during the intervals between human epidemics, transmitted from rat to rat by the rat louse, Polyplax, and the rat flea, Xenosylla, and on suitable occasions, to man from the rat by the rat flea. For this reason, Nicole speaks of this as the murine virus. And a little later on, from the point of view of all other living creatures, the rat is an unmitigated nuisance and pest. There is nothing that can be said in its favor. It can live anywhere and eat anything. It burrows for itself when it has to, but when it can, it takes over the habitations of other animals, such as rabbits, and kills them and their young. It climbs and swims. It carries disease of man and animals, plague, typhus, trichinella spiralis, rat bite fever, infectious jaundice, possibly foot and mouth disease, and a form of equine influenza. Its destructiveness is almost unlimited. The first empirical element to be noted by any libidinal rat theory is the zoological diversification of the rat into two species. These are Rattus rattus, the black house or ship rat, and Rattus norvegicus, the greyish-brown field or sewer rat, of which Shrewsbury says in his History of the Bubonic Plague, by comparison with the house rat, it is less agile, but far more voracious and cunning, and as it is stronger and more fecund, it is a much more formidable enemy of mankind. During the outbreak of bubonic plague during the 14th century, it was not only the intense killing of human populations, or delivery of terminal vectors, that was executed by R. rattus, who lived and propagated in close proximity to humans, but also the long-range dissemination of the plague, as R. norvegicus is not thought to have arrived in Europe before the 18th century. If this is true, and current historical zoology gives no positive reason to doubt it, then it can safely be asserted that the Black Death, in addition to its precursor which raged across the Near Orient and Europe during the 6th and 7th centuries, will remain the climax of achievement reached by R. rattus, who has since been eclipsed. Zinsser once more. Just as the established civilizations of northern Europe were swept aside by the mass invasions of barbarians from the east, so the established hegemony of the black rat was eventually wiped out with the incursion of the hordes of the brown rat, or Mus decumanus, the ferocious short-nosed and short-tailed Asiatic that swept across the continent in the early 18th century. The brown rat, too, came from the east. It is now known as the common rat, and because of a mistaken notion of its origin, as Mus norvegicus. Its true origin, according to Hamilton and Hinton, is probably Chinese Mongolia, or the region east of Lake Baikal, in both of which places forms resembling it have been found indigenous. The same writers quote Blasius, who believes that the ancients about the Caspian Sea may have known this rat. Claudius Aelianus, a Roman rhetorician of the 2nd century, in his De Animalia Natura, speaks of little less than ichneumons making periodical raids in infinite numbers in the countries along the Caspian, swimming over rivers holding each other's tails. Pallas, 1831, in his Zoographia Russo-Asiatica, records that in 1727, a mouse year, great masses of these rats swam across the Volga after an earthquake. There are two varieties of rats, but this should not be taken as a gift for our metaphysicians, or supposed anti-metaphysicians, who are constantly in search of dichotomic conceptual oppositions. The duality of R. rattus and R. norvegicus is of the kind 1, 2, not 0, 1. It encloses nothing, reaches no limits, provides no determination, logical negativity, or alternation. The tokens of libidinal displacement are complex and not diacritical. Alogical differentiation, black and brown, not black and white. 1, 2, first the wave of R. rattus, effective on its own, almost invisible to the Europe of the Middle Ages, differentiated perhaps from the mice. It was called Murus majoris. Half, 1, and then the wave of R. norvegicus, a different type of rat, but not an opposite type, rather a type that was more clever and destructive, taking the rat process a little bit further. Far from requiring the black rat for its determinacy, the new Asiatic invader wipes out the previous rat population, establishing itself as a sheer intensity, as a potential for disaster. Rats disdain discrimination, propagating their difference upon a plateau of excitement. Differentiation within an illimitable series, alogical dissimilarity, independence from the differend, and indiscriminate proliferation of null identity. This is the logic of the rats. Freud's 1909 case of compulsive neurosis, the rat man, is told by his captain, faithfully, of a particularly terrible oriental punishment. Freud describes how this was related to him in the analysis. The condemned is bound, he expressed himself so unclearly that I could not immediately guess, erraten, in what position. Upon his posterior, a pot was placed, into which rats, Ratten were introduced, which he stood up again and gave out all the signs of terror and resistance, bored themselves in. This is the rat punishment, Die Rattenstrafe, visited upon Europe through its underside, from the east. Its peculiar insidiousness, which Freud does not emphasize even though he marks it, is that to surmise erraten, the riddle, Ratzel, of the Rattenstrafe, is to suffer it. In the very movement of prowess, the imperial interpretive gesture is taken derrière by an impersonal libidinal force from beyond representational discourse, whether logico-psychiatric or orientalist. The image of anal violation that organizes the rat delirium has all the traits of a compromise formation, a sublimation of utter unexpectedness into a linearized passage fortified by a sadistically invested and ego-co-opted sphincter. The infiltration of the rat is singularized and depicted as an inverse frontal assault, stripped of its fluidity, indirectness, heterogeneity, as if it were mere delicacy that obstructed our comprehension of vermin space. It is not Oedipal ambivalence that is solicited by such an image, but the racist misogyny that would project all undomesticated flows onto an axis of expulsibility. The Rattenstrafe is a wish, and thus an idealization, because it is far more comforting to the anal sadistic structure of humanism than the reality of the free penetrability of the body along all of its irresolvably scaled estuaries. Animality is not a state, essence, or genus, but a complex space cross-cut by voyages of all kinds. Trackle explores this wilderness terrain with an excruciating vulnerability. The animality which Trackle finds has its dead ends and stagnant sumps. It has its humanistic and theological becomings, but it also has its channels of open flow, becoming multiple, fluid, unpredictable, becoming an enemy of mankind, lupine and murine becomings of all kinds. These intensive sequences cannot be isolated or determined, since no impermeable boundary remains to quarantine Trackle's rodents from the nameless ones. From becoming a mouse, and then a black rat, and then a brown rat, or from becoming one sister, and then a pack of wolves, and then a swarm of rats. The eternity of Rambo's inferior race shares its diseases with Nietzsche's deep, deep eternity, for which the very adjective is torn apart by convulsive waves of descent. An unfathomable abyss of regression or recurrence betracts itself epidemically into Trackle's body. I am all the vermin in history. Indecent precipitation.
Ugh, what an unpleasant piece. Ugh, ugh. Yep, that was sure was a thing. Land is an uncomfortable conclusion of Deleuze. Well, I don't like either, I guess. I didn't know this guy. Well, I'm going to sleep now. See you another day. Have a good day. Have a good night. It's night over here. That was, yeah, extremely unpleasant. Wow. That was mm, truly a moment in time that could have been avoided, and yet was not. Bye bye. Hmm. Okay, so with that, we reached our 6 hour mark, and I've got to say, I think finishing a chapter and then finishing another chapter of lovely Fanged Noumena has been, excuse me, enlightening, no, enthralling in a morbid curiosity way, sure. Um, Pleasant, not in the slightest. And yet here we are. So, I think with that, I don't have much to say on the matter or conclude. I don't know, end this on a higher note because it is entirely unpleasant. Entirely unpleasant at all. But I think we managed to come up with a cool band name. I don't think anyone's here at the moment, surprisingly. And it might be because I don't know, genuinely. Uh, yeah, I could be more in frame. Not really. And I feel like I I might have exhausted my fucking gross out factor listening about rats and the, the ways that they've not only affected history in the most putrid and also purposely putrid vocabulary possible. Not possible, but definitely attempted. Let me turn this down a little bit. Yeah, I think oh, down a little bit too much, aren't we? Hello, 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 hello. Oh, it must not face. It's not facing correctly. Get much louder, wouldn't it? Yep, I'm gonna blast someone's ears. Can you hear me better now? Okay, yeah, that looks better. Well, I will say at least with that, we have concluded an arc of some sort. Yeah, we've concluded some sort of arc. Uh, was it a good one? No. Was it a wild ride? Yeah, ish. I wouldn't say wild so much as edgy. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. But I think we've all learned something. We've all learned something. Um, what have we learned? I don't know. I read this previously, so it's just weird hearing it in a different voice. And I don't know. I think maybe to an extent I should have marked up this book and come back to my conclusions a little bit later. But it genuinely just like it is purposely viscerally uncomfortable to read, and that is Nick Land's stylistic choice, I guess. So, yeah, and to be fair, it is something that I quote in the video that I'm working on. He does purposely do that. But alas, I've already gone on a small diatribe for about 40 minutes on the topic prior. So I don't know who's still in chat actually. Whoever's in chat, name the object closest to your right. Whoever is here, name the thing closest to your right. Um, hmm. Yeah, Thursday seems to be pretty dead, which is maybe for the best. It wasn't a very pleasant read. I don't know what we managed to ascertain, aside from a really cool band name for everyone that was here. Thank you. Uh, and I think probably the fact that I wasn't reading it myself this time took away some of the value that is usually added. But alas, I have to heal my voice. So I think it's a little necessary. Um, hopefully over the weekend. I don't. Oh, oh, you're on your other computer. Okay. Well, thanks for still being here, Rob. Thanks for hanging. It's cool to still have someone dealing with this, so I'm not completely alone listening to rats. Um, but I think mm, hopefully my voice heals up over the weekend. I don't think I'm going to have it in me. You kept my stream up. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna work more on the video. And I'm getting into flow a little bit, so that's good. And I'm gonna probably do my best to finish this up. And I may stream this weekend if my voice is feeling a little bit better. But honestly, I don't know because it's been hurting for a while now, and I don't want to actually end up hurting it kind of permanently. That would be really bad. Um, and also it's weird to have been sick for like 2 weeks, you know? But alas, here we are. So I'm gonna catch up on some much needed rest after a 9 hour stream and now a 6.5 hour stream. Yikes. And yeah, let us sounds good. Till next time, have a good night. Thank you, Rob, for staying this long. And hopefully we can maybe the weekend will be a little bit more interesting and there will be more people. But also reading philosophy on the weekend, like I don't know if I'm about that. I might maybe use my phone to live stream being at a holiday party or something. Maybe that'll be interesting. But for now, I oh, you're still here. Rerun? No. We are currently live actually. Uh and about to sign off probably. But welcome to the chat. Black Blasan. Welcome. You missed stuff. A really edgy, morbid excerpt about rats. I think you might have not liked it. I don't know. Depends how much you like Nick Land. Uh, but yeah, yeah. And also, I am recovering from like 2 weeks of being sick, so I want my voice back finally because I sing, and it's been really hard. Not when's the next episode? Either this weekend or probably if not this weekend, then Monday night. But you can always check out YouTube for other reruns since the VODs don't stay up very long if you're an affiliate on Twitch. Sorry to hear that, sweet recovery. Thank you. Appreciate you. That's actually really sweet. Uh I'm just yeah, I'm tired of being sick and I really want to recover. So I think I'm gonna take this weekend and I'm gonna work on the video on Nick Land for anyone who's curious about him and hasn't actually read his work. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Um, and I'll see if I can finish the video this weekend because I think I really only have to do a voiceover. And what else? Some visuals. Oh, another follow? Or is it the same one? Thank you. And I'll see if I can post that to YouTube. So in case you guys aren't following YouTube and you guys actually want to know more about this and in a way that's not listening to excerpts about rats and maybe just like a fun, silly way to like learn a little bit more about these things, uh, I think you would probably really like it. So, and I'm working really hard on it. So, I don't want to be better already. No. But yeah, so I'll take this weekend to recover, do the voiceover, finish the video, and we can reconvene. I'll set a schedule for Monday, and if I do a random stream over the weekend, it'll be a surprise. So I guess subscribe to Twitch and YouTube to know. Also, it's on Discord, but entirely up to you, whichever is easiest. But with that, I think let us conclude the stream. It was so nice to see you all, darlings, and I think we shall continue this lovely endeavor on Monday. That was not a good end of that sentence. On Monday. But yeah. Okay. Good night. Uh and uh take care as well, Black. And what am I forgetting? Follow on socials. Like the video on YouTube. If not, it gets suppressed because no one likes Nick Land because he's pretty controversial. And be nice and kind to people, and I'll see you on Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Bye.